Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to this, our 7th Joy of Painting series. If you've painted with us before, I'm certainly glad to see you again. If this is your first time with us, I think you'll really enjoy this fantastic wet on wet painting technique. We'll use about a dozen colors, some sort of unorthodox brushes, and we'll have a lot of fun. And each week, we'll do a fantastic painting here. Now, I hope you drag out your paints and your easel, big glass of iced tea, and you sit down and you join me each week and learn the joy of painting. So I tell you what, let's do. Let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do the painting we're going to do today. And they'll come across your screen in exactly the same order as I have them on my palette, starting with the titanium white and working around. And while they're doing that, let's talk a little bit about what's been done on the canvas. I've already covered this canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid white. This makes the canvas wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas instead of working ourselves to death on the palette. And today I thought we'd do a painting that uses a very limited palette. In other words, only a few colors, and I'll show you how you can do a beautiful painting using only a couple of colors, some big brushes, and let's go up here and do it. I'm going to take off today and go right into some Van Dyke brown. We'll use this old big brush, and I'm just going to literally tap some of the color right into the bristles. Suggest you tap, that way it gets a nice even distribution of color all the way through the brush. See there? Both sides. Nice and even. Good, let's go up to the canvas. Now let's start out today right up here, and we'll make little X patterns, little crisscross strokes. This is the way the teacher used to grade my paper in school. Boy, she'd just go through it and make all these big X's, and that's the kind of grades I got. There we go. Now this color is blending with the liquid white, and automatically beautiful things begin happening. Continually keep this brush moving. Don't stay in one spot and just work the color dead. We want some life in this sky. There we go. Just keep it going. Now, as we work downward here, maybe we'll put a little bit of warmth down here. This is going to be the horizon area right down in here. So I'll go right into a little bit of dark sienna without cleaning the brush and tap a little of that right into my bristles, just a small amount. All right, watch here now. We'll go right up here, and with that color, I'll blend sort of upward. So we have a nice warm color right at the horizon, and it goes up into the Van Dyke brown. A little more color, and let it work upward. Isn't that fantastic? Now, while I have this old dirty brush, it has all the browns on it. I'm going to take and add a little touch of yellow ochre to it. So we've got the sienna and the brown. Add a little bit more of each. There. Now, I'm just going to go down here to the bottom of the canvas and just have some fun. Just pull that across. This will end up being shadowed. I think today we'll do a painting that, will have some snow in it. And this will end up being some shadows. Now, very gently, I'm just going to blend this entire sky together. Just blend it very lightly. This just takes out the brush strokes. But you don't want to kill all the little patterns that you have up in the sky. That's what ends up being the interesting part of it. Okay, tell you what, let's do. I'll clean this brush, and we clean our brushes with odorless paint thinner. And I really recommend that you use odorless thinner, or you'll be working by yourself. Your spouse will run you right out of the house. Shake off the excess. I have a box down here I shake the brush into, then and that's really the most fun of this whole technique. It's just raising Cain with that brush. Of course, it's also one of the best ways to redecorate your whole room if you're not careful. Try to contain that part of it. I'm going to take a big old round brush here and go right into some titanium white. We'll just pull it through there and load it up. Load it up. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Maybe there's a big happy cloud that lives in this painting, and he lives right there. See, just work that brush. Let this old cloud just float around the sky. Let it have fun. There we go. Don't stay in one place. Continually keep the brush moving. Continually keep it moving. There. If you stay in one place and just grind this color in, all you're going to have is, well, you're going to look like big cotton balls up in the sky. Now we'll take this big brush and just very gently blend the bottom of it. just blend the bottom of it. If you've painted with us before, in this series, I'm going to introduce you to some new brushes and some new equipment I think you'll really enjoy it. There we go. Now I'll beat this brush a little, and that just takes off the excess paint. Then we're going to fluff these clouds. Look at there. Look at this. Look at here. Pulls up all those beautiful little stringy things. And don't worry if you pull up big stringy things here, because when we blend this, they'll go away and they end up being the nice, soft, fuzzy edges of your clouds. See there? Okay, now maybe you want several layers of clouds in your painting. Can do easy. Just load a little more paint, come right in here, and drop in another happy little cloud. And in your painting, you put as many clouds as you want. Just drop them in. And clouds are very free. They may be one of the freest things in nature. They just sort of float around and have fun all day. And think about that when you're painting. Think how free clouds are. Paint your clouds that same way. Give them that feeling of looseness, of freedom. Just let them go. There. Okay. Now then, maybe back here, let's have some little background trees that live all back in here. And I've got several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing the brush. I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke brown. And I'm just going to tap this brush right into some brown and right into the sienna. Back and forth here. We just sort of mix them on the brush. See, really get in there and tap that son of a gun. Work it hard. All right, let's go up here. Now then, maybe right here lives a happy little tree. There he goes. And he goes right on up. Now, notice here I've started at the bottom and worked upward. That way, it's darker at the bottom than it is at the top. So you have the illusion of dark shadows down at the bottom. Okay, and just put in some very basic little shapes. You're not looking for distinct shapes at this time. Later on, we'll begin worrying about very distinct shapes. Right now, we're just blocking in. Maybe here lives what? Oh, look at here. He's a little taller. A little bit taller. There we go. See how simple that is? But keep the dark color down here at the base. And this is really what makes it fun. Just sort of let these things go. We'll have another little tree right here. Keep it very dark at the bottom and begin forming some basic shapes. Very basic. Oh my gosh, I got to talking there, and my little tree turned into a big tree. We may have to nail another canvas on top here so we have enough room to cover all this. Okay, we'll give him a little friend here too, and some up here maybe that are very light. Very light. Very light. Just barely can see some of them. Look at that. Isn't that a super way to throw in some happy little background trees? There we go. Now then, tell you what, I set that brush down, and I'm going to get a number 2 script liner brush and go into a little bit of paint thinner and right into my dark color here. This is just the browns. Turn that brush. You want this paint to be just like water, very, very thin, very thin. Turn it and pull it out. That'll bring it to a beautiful sharp point. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Now then, I want to put in some indications back here of just some little tree trunks, some little stems. And all we do is just quickly drop them in. Since this paint is very thin and very wet, it slides over the thicker paint. This base paint is very thick. It's a very dry, thick paint. Now the thinner paint will just slide right over it. Look at that. Look at that. There. Okay, I'll put a few in here and there, wherever you want them. Just sort of take a look at your trees and decide where you think little trunks should live, and drop them in. There's a little indication way back here of one. I think you're really going to enjoy this series. On this series, I'm going to bring you a couple of special guest artists. I have one guest artist that you might have heard of. He's a fantastic painter. He's one of the best painters in the country. I'm very proud in this series to bring you a man named Ben Stahl. And I hope you've heard of Ben. He is unreal. He's one of the best painters in the country, and he agreed to come and do a demonstration for us. So you'll see him in this series. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's build a happy little tree trunk in this big tree. And for that, I'm going to take brown on the fan brush, load both sides. There, you can see it. Both sides are very full. This is Van Dyke brown. Let's go up to the canvas. Hold the brush straight into the canvas, touch it. As you come down, add more pressure. Make it get bigger toward the bottom. Isn't that a super, super way to make a little tree trunk? It's that easy. There's nothing difficult about it. Now let's put some highlights on this. We want this tree trunk to stand out, be strong. I'm going to take a little bit of my yellow ochre, a little sienna, and we'll blend that together with a touch of white, like so. Now I'm going to take the knife and cut across and get a little roll of paint right out on the edge of the blade. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now then, if our light's coming from the right, and if you're right-handed, that's normally the easiest. Touch, give it a little pull. Just let it sort of bounce across there, just here and there. Just let it bounce, here and there. There. Okay. Now I'm going to take some white. This is almost straight titanium white, because I want this edge here to really stand out. This is almost straight titanium white. There was a little bit of the color left on the blade, but mostly white. There we go. Now then, I'll take a little bit of liquid black. A little liquid black, and take my liner brush again, and I put a little paint thinner in it to make it even a little bit thinner. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. And with that, we're just going to very quickly throw in a few happy little indications of some tree limbs. That's all there is to it. See? That paint's very thin, and it flows. It'll absolutely flow. There. And however many limbs you want on your tree. Maybe there's one that hangs down here and there. Whatever. And we can go right into some liquid white and go right back over and throw just a hint of some highlight here and there. Like maybe there's a little snow laying on top of some of these. There. It gives you an idea how to do that. Now let's put some highlights on these. Maybe there's a little snow that's been captured up here in the limbs. So I'm just going to take the old round brush here, put at least a little touch of yellow ochre in here, and just tap in a little bit of color. Just like so. Just tap it in. Okay, let's go up here to the canvas. Now then, just barely going to touch. And just begin forming some of the basic tree shapes here that we want. Just some basic limbs. Look at there. See how easy that is? Don't overdo. This will start working so good for you. In a heartbeat, you'll cover your whole tree. And you don't want to kill all the beautiful dark color that you worked so hard to put in there. Just here and there. Just let some of these little things just fall in there. The least little touch of the yellow ochre, though. Not much. Not much. Just to kill the white. All right. Now, while I have that color on the brush here, let's begin laying in some snow right here. We can just use this brush and there. All I'm doing is laying a little color right on the canvas. We'll come back and clean that up with another brush. Might as well use it while we got it here, though. And this is where we begin determining the lay of the land. Allow a little of that color to pull right down in there. That'll end up being some nice shadow areas. And back into my browns. And let's just pop a few happy little bushes. Look at there. See, already that begins to create the lay of the land. Shows you which way the land flows. Maybe there's a big old bush that lives right there. See, it makes it look like his little thing. It goes back into the distance there. And this is what helps create the illusion of distance in your painting. All right. Now, I'm going to take a fan brush. It's a number 6 fan brush. And very lightly, I'm just going to grab these edges and begin working on the lay of the land. See how you can just pull all that color out, and it makes it look like there's a shadow right there. And you haven't hardly done a thing. Just like that. There we go. There's a little bit, pull in. And you can always take and add just a tiny bit more if you want your shadows to be a little more distinct. And make all kinds of beautiful little things happen. Look at the amount of distance that we've put in here with just a few strokes. You can see all the way back in there. It's very soft and very gentle. Tell you what, now, if I was in a place like this, I'd want to build a little cabin out here. So let's have some fun today and build us a happy little cabin. And I'll start out with a Van Dyke brown, pull it out very flat, cut across, and we get our little roll of paint again. Always get that little roll of paint. Let's go up here. All right. And maybe the cabin lives, yep, you're right, he lives right there. And we'll do that back eave. There it is. And then we're going to come in here and put the front in. There's many, many ways to paint cabins. This is just one of many. And during this series, we'll show you several different ways. Let's paint the other side. We're going to leave the roof off right now. We're going to come back later and put the roof. Oh, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting with me? All right. Well, let's start off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll start with a titanium white and go all the way around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. I've already covered the canvas with a nice, thin, even coat of liquid white. It's slick and wet and ready to go. So let's start. Take a little bit of the midnight black, mix it with a little phthalo blue. I'm just going to mix it right on the brush. Right on the brush. See, just literally tap that brush in there. Okay, let's go up here. Now, very lightly, we're just barely going to stroke the canvas. Just going to stroke the canvas. I think they will do a beautiful little sky. I like bright, shiny little skies. I'm going to put a little more black in there. There. That's better. That's better. See here? And I'm sort of creating a little downward angle. And very lightly, as we work down in the sky, I want it to get lighter and lighter in color. So if you start at the top, when you have the most paint on your brush and work downward, automatically it'll mix with the liquid white and that'll happen. There we go. Maybe a little touch right in there. See how it's getting lighter and lighter? Because I'm running out of paint. There. Okay, right on down to about there. And maybe in this particular painting, maybe we'll have a tiny bit of water. So while I'm going here, just leave that color on the brush and I'll add a small amount of phthalo green. Let me repeat that, small amount. It is so strong, it'll turn your whole world green in a heartbeat. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe the water will live right here. So we'll just take and go across. Now normally, if water is still, it's flat, it's level. So try to keep your strokes pretty straight. You don't want your water to run off on the floor. There. Okay. Isn't that easy? We have the indication of water. All right, let's wash the brush. And I have odorless paint thinner in my can here, and there's a screen in the bottom of the can that I scrub the brush against. That removes the paint. Then we'll shake off the excess, like so. And we just covered the whole studio. Alrighty, now into this sky, I'm going to begin playing a little bit of color. So let's mix a lavender. We'll use some alizarin crimson and a little bit of the blue, a little phthalo blue. Much, much more crimson than blue. Blue's many times stronger. There. Just mix it up, okay? Wipe off my knife. Now, with the same brush, I'm going to go right into that. And let's begin just going right up here. And I want to lay just a hint of this nice reddish lavender color. Just like so. Just let it sort of play right up into that. We're going to put a little yellow in this sky too. And this acts as a barrier. It keeps the yellow from hitting the blue and the black. There. Sneaky, huh? There we go. Just very gently. We're just caressing the canvas with a brush sideways. All right, maybe a little touch in here. See, they're very soft right down in here. Very soft. I'm gonna go right into a little bit of the bright red. Tiniest little bit. just, oh, just graze it a little bit. Little bit. Okay? Now here and there, just to warm it up, a little bit of that. Just here and there. Don't overkill with this. It's a very strong color. Without washing the brush, we'll go into a little bit of the Indian yellow. And I'm just going to tap that right into the brush. Okay, let's go back up here. Now very lightly, just still caressing the canvas, just begin laying in a hint here and there. Once again, don't overkill. We want this to be a very colorful but very soft sky. This is a sky that should make you happy. Should bring good feelings to you. And a lot of times, if you're interested in selling paintings, of course, we're not interested in monetary gains, but if you should be, a lot of times paintings sell as much for color as for content. And these kind of colors will certainly brighten up a room, and they make people happy when they come in. So let's go right up here now. I have a clean, dry brush, and I'm going to just take and blend all of this together. Just use this little 2-inch brush and just bring it all together, just like so. See? Now that yellow is working quite well in the sky without turning bright green because we have that barrier of a lavender color in there. And you can blend this to any degree of softness that you want. Or you could leave it quite bright, quite striking. You have to make these big decisions when you create worlds of your own. Okay. That quick, we have a happy little sky. Pretty little sky. All right. We'll lay that brush down. And maybe right back in here we'll have let's have some little footy hills. Some little foothills. I want to go back into, this is the black and a little bit of blue. And I'll reach over here and grab a little white. And I want to make a gray color, bluish gray color. And this brush is round, but it comes to a chisel edge. See? You can see how sharp it is right there. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's a little footy hill, and he lives right there. And I'm just touching and giving it a little downward pull. Just want to make that indication. Now, I got the brush sort of tilted that way. There. Just very quickly, we'll just drop in some of those happy little things. Just let them happen. Let them fall right off your brush. There. Okay, now then, I want to create at the bottom of this the illusion of mist, a soft area. So take the big brush and just beat the devil out of it. Just raise Cain. This is a much better way of taking out your hostilities than going home and kicking the dog. If you got a dog like I do, he'll kick back. Take off half your leg. There. Lift that right up. And see, that quick, you've got very soft little trees way back in the distance with a little bit of light mist floating here. Isn't that super? All right. That was so much fun. Tell you what, let's put some bigger trees in here. We'll use that same color. That was a nice color. It's just blue and black. Okay, tap it into the bristles. Let's go up here and decide here. We have to make some almighty decisions, maybe, certainly now, maybe it is a nice tree that lives right here. Big tree. We're gonna have a big tree right there. And begin thinking about this tree's shape. Begin thinking about the shapes and all the little things that make the tree so pretty. He's got little arms that hang out here. And, oh, look at that. Let that sky show through. And sometimes maybe you like to play a little bit. Let's tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun here. Maybe back in here, there's a little footy hill. I'm gonna take that same purplish color we started off with in the sky, and to that, just on the brush, add a little sap green. Little green right into that purple. We'll just make a crazy color here. Pick up a little white, go in there. See, it makes a nice brown tone. Greenish brown, very pretty color. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe we want to show that there's a little meadow back here. Just like so. So I'll just use this brush and we'll just lay in some basic color. There we go. Way back in there. This will help create a little more distance in the painting. We'll just drop that in. And we'll take a little black and a little green, put a little brown into it. What the heck? Just tap that into the brush. Okay. Maybe there's some happy little trees. These are a little closer, so you're going to see a little more color. And they live right there. Just however many little trees you want. And without washing the brush, I'll just pick up some yellows and some yellow ochre here. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. Let's go up here. And we'll just put the indication of a few little highlights. Now, these are far away. I don't want a lot of detail. When things are far away, you don't see every little leaf. All you see is basic shapes, color changes, that type of thing. Don't overdo detail when you're trying to make the illusion of things being far, far away. Look at that. See? And that's all you need to create the illusion of distance in the painting. And with a fan brush, we can go right in here and pick up some of that color, and let's just blend it down. Maybe I'll add a little bit of the yellows in there. Brighten it up. This is a bright, shiny day. Beautiful sky. See? Now bring it right up in there. And that easy. You watch. When we get a little farther along, that'll look just like a happy little meadow back there. And you could take the fan brush and pick up a few little bushes and weeds. That easy. That easy. Isn't that fun? Painting should make you happy. That's really what we design these shows. It really should make you happy. Whether you just watch, whether you paint along with us, we really hope you enjoy it. Let us hear from you. We want to hear what you like. Drop us a line. Drop us a line. We'd love to hear from you. We like the comments. I'll take the knife here and I'm going to drop in a few little indications here and there of just some happy little sticks and twigs. And that easy, it makes it look just like there's all kind of things happening. Tell you what, let's go back into this black and blue, tap it in, and I want to show you how to push all that back. Now, what we were working with here, let's just take, look here, watch here, bring this right down, right down, right down. Look at that. See how it pushed all that back? That easy. It's unbelievable that you have that much power. But on this canvas, you do. Boy, when I go home, all I can say is, yes, ma'am. But on this canvas, I can say anything. I can build anything. I can create a world that makes me happy. It's bright, it's shiny. There's nothing bad here. There's nothing but good things here. You listen to the news sometime, and it really depresses you. Somebody got hurt, somebody else got shot or killed. You can go to your easel, and you can make the kind of world that makes you happy. There's no violence. No one's hurt here. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. That's what I'm looking for. I spent half my life in the military. And I was a bad guy in the military. Boy, I had to yell and scream. And now, I just enjoy life. And I do what makes me happy. There we go. Let's have a little tree. He lives right there. There he is. There he is. These little trees just live in your brush. Just have to tap them out, scare them out sometime. There we go. Maybe right there. But now, see, I'm glad I went back and put that in. Look how far away that looks already. Already. Boy, it's fantastic that you can create that much distance with just a few strokes. And you can. You can. There we are. All right. Now we have to start making some big decisions. What are we going to have in these trees here? I'm going to take my number 2 script liner brush, go right into a little bit of brown. Just turn that brush in there. I've dipped it into a little thinner so it's nice and thin. Let's go up here. And let's put the indication here and there of a few happy little tree trunks. Just let them come right off wherever you think they ought to be, that's where they ought to be. And as many as you want in your world, you put them in here. You just drop them in. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Now also you can take and go right into the liquid white and watch here. Maybe some of them aren't all brown. Maybe, look at there. There's an old trunk. It's sort of white. You have to make these decisions. That's a responsibility that comes when you become a painter. There. And as many as you want. There we go. That ought to be enough to give us some indications. Well, we better put one over here. This old tree, we don't want him to get lost. There. Give him one too. And there. There we go. See there? That easy. Now then, let's begin putting some highlights and some details on this big tree. I'll tell you what I want to do first. We'll take a little bit of the dark sienna mixed with a little bit of brown, Van Dyke brown, and I'm going to put the indication here of a bigger trunk in this one. We'll just make him stand out. Take a little white, use a little bit of yellow ochre, and a touch of red in there. There we go. Just make a color like whatever. Let's go up here. Let's put some highlight here. This is touching. Look at that. Look at that. Just let it sparkle. Let it sparkle. We'll let this tree stand out. He's strong. He's a big tree. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the liquid black. And with that, look at that. Put a little tree limb on there. See now, when you take up painting, also take up looking at nature. Spend some time out talking to a tree. I know it sounds crazy. I don't mean you physically go out and talk to a tree, but make friends with a tree. See what makes a tree look the way it does. Just spend some time looking at trees. It'll pay you big dividends in your paintings. There. And if you want to talk to a tree, that's your business. You go right ahead. You talk to him if you want to. I've been known to do that several times. Okay. Now then, I'm going to a little bit of the liquid white, a little bit of my color. I'm going to tap a little bit of that, a little bit of yellow. Let me run up here and grab some sap green. We're going to load this brush full. Okay, let's go up here. I want to just put some indication of some happy little leaves that are just, look at there. Just thousands of little leaves in a couple of strokes. And this is where you begin shaping your tree. Think about form, think about shape. What makes this tree stand out? Think where light would strike and play through here. And all these little things would just happen and bounce. Just let them bounce right off your brush. There they go. And if your paint won't stick, add a little bit of the liquid white or a tiny, tiny little bit of paint thinner. And that will make it stick. Much easier. Let's brighten this one up a little bit right there. He's on top. He'd get the most light. Sun's really going to hit him. Okay. Maybe a little bit. Right there. Right there. See there? How easy it is to make all kinds of beautiful little things. Add a little more of my green here. I'm using just the green and all the different yellows. And a touch of the red here and there. Look at that. And don't kill all this nice dark color that you have in the background. That really helps create the illusion of distance. Tell you what, while I got that old brush running here, let's do this one over here too. Shoot, we'll just get all these done. Some happy little things right there. And all we do is happy. We have nothing but happy paintings. There. You know, one thing I've noticed as I travel across the country doing demonstrations and teaching classes, only nice people paint. Everybody I've ever met that's a painter, they're super people. I'm going to use the 1-inch brush and we'll begin putting in some of the little details here. Pull that brush in one direction, load it full of paint. Let's go up here. Maybe in here there's some happy little bushes that live and they play. Look at that. Just let them pop right off your brush. Bend that brush, bend it. Make individuals, one at a time. One at a time. Don't try to hit them all at once. Just do one little bush at a time. Look at that. Look at that. And you could put as many of these or as few as you want in your world. You have to make decisions. Go into some of the ochres and the reds. Still there. Ooh, isn't that a pretty one? See, that tree just comes right out of that bush. I've painted probably 20,000 paintings and more, and I still get excited when I see this work. Never, never ceases to amaze me. For many years, I was a traditional painter, and I used to labor over paintings. Labor for weeks, months. And this makes it fun. Look at that, just layer after layer of happy little bushes. But layer them. Here, I'm using the brush sideways and pushing upward. Can you see that? There you go. That creates just layer after layer. And what happens if you happen to get some color down in here? Don't upset. Just let it happen. We don't care. Let's go over here. Let's go over to the other side. As I say, if your paint doesn't stick, add a tiny bit of paint thinner. Or a little bit of the liquid white. Either one. There. And we can begin putting layers of happy little things happening right here. Is this scene beginning to come together yet? All right, tell you what, let's do. Let's do. Let's take a clean brush here, and I'm going to touch, and watch here. We were worried about all this mess. This is where you make the determination what's water and what's reflection. And that easy, that easy. You can change your mind. You can do it. And very lightly, watch here. Just take the brush and go across. Just go across just enough to give it a watery appearance. That's all there is to it. Maybe we'll go back into a little bit of our dark color, and let's just pop a little color right in here. I want to bring this whole area over. And we'll make us a reflection. See there? Look at that. Look at that. Take our 1-inch brush with a little bit of color on it, and we can go right in here and just pop in a happy little bush. Maybe we'll add a little red. Oh, look at that. Let's reflect some of that. That color is so pretty, but you really need to put a little bit of it right down in there. Then with our big brush again, 3 hairs and some air. Lightly, 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 lightly. Tell you what, maybe there's some happy little stones that live along here. So let's go right into the browns. We'll use a little bit of the sienna and a little bit of the Van Dyke. Just cut off a little hunk like that. Okay, let's go up here. Now, begin figuring out where your stones live and just drop them in. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Look at there, look at there. Maybe some are big, some are little. Make little sounds, make up little stories when you paint. It really helps. Of course, all your friends think you're crazy, but that's all right. That's all right. Maybe it comes right around like that. Look at there, we're making us a little pond. You know, if you had a little pond that was that pretty, you'd have to have a path to come around and see it. So let's start right here and just barely grazing the canvas, going back and forth. Let's build us a happy little path. It comes right on, right on, right on, right on. Where does it go? Where does it go? There it is. Comes right out like that. Okay. Now take a little brown and a little white. We'll just take and put a little highlight on there. Just gently, 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 barely touching, drag it across. And that easy. That'll end up being a little path for us. Tell you what, while I got that knife going and that brown and white, let's put some highlight on our stones here. There, just barely let it graze. Just let it touch. Just let the light play across the stones and have fun. Let all the little colors happen. Is that easy? It's fun. There. There we go. Now we'll take a little bit of the liquid white, and to that add a little bit of the bluish color. There, and just go across. And we'll put in some little water lines here and there. This is a nice way to clean up the edges and help create the illusion of depth in the painting. See how it pushes everything back? But it cleans up all the edges here. That easy. That easy. There's one right there. Now, we have to make some big decisions here. Go right into some of my dark color. Right here, I think we're going to have just little things right there. It comes right out. There we go. And you need that dark, once again. That dark is the only thing that makes the light show. So put some dark in there before you put light on. If you put light against light, nothing happens. Grab some green. There we are. Load that brush full of paint. Load it full. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we want to begin bringing this path right into the painting. So have some of these little grassy things that come right over it. See? And that brings it right into the painting. Otherwise, it just sort of floats out there. We don't want that. Push, bend the bristles. Look at there. All those little things. And because you mixed several colors on the brush, you have all these things happening automatically. Double, triple load the brush. There we go. Let's add a little bit more of the liquid white there. Tiny bit more. Let's put a nice sparkler right out here in the sun. That'll help lead your eye right into the painting. There's one right there. And you do these in layers. Once again, I say that over and over, because these layers, see, are so important. They bring depth into your painting. And that's what makes a painting look very good and very real. Now let's just take a knife, and we'll use just a clean knife, and very lightly, I'm going to go in here and there and just scratch in a little indication of all kinds of little trunks and stems, all the little things that help. It looks like detail in your painting. People will look at this and they'll think you worked for literally days, weeks, putting all this in here with a one-haired brush. Don't tell them any different. Okay, now right here over the path, I want to push that path down. Bring some of them sticks so they go right over the path, just like so. And normally you put these little sticks and twigs in the dark areas. I think we're on the verge of having a finished painting here. I'm going to take a little bit of thin oil, a little bit of my red color. We'll mix it up here. And I think this one's ready for a signature. We thin this down till it's like water. Let's sign it right here. I have a very short name, so it's easy to do a quick signature. And while I'm signing this, I'd like to thank you for being with us today. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, God bless, and we look forward to seeing you again. Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me this time. Today I think we'll do a painting that's a little bit different. And let's start out and we'll have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me today. And while they're doing that, come on up here, let me tell you what's happening. I've got a canvas, as you can probably see, it's painted yellow. And this is just an acrylic yellow paint, and I've covered the entire canvas with it. And right here, this is a piece of duct tape I found here in the studio. You can use duct tape or masking tape, any kind of tape. And I've just made a circle right there. This canvas is dry today. And onto this, we're going to begin putting a little bit of the liquid black color, and I'm going to make a beautiful little sunset out of it, okay? Let's go right up here. And I'll just use a little 2-inch brush, and I'm just going to start laying in some little things, just like so. And just make a decision, decide where they're going to be, and lay them in. There's very, very little of the liquid black on the brush here. Very little. There we go. Okay, let me get a touch more on my brush. Okay, just once again, barely touching the canvas. Just caress the canvas and let it go across like that. There. And we're just going to lay these in just at random here and there. A little more of the black. And right there. There. This is going to be a fun painting. As I say, it's different than anything that we've done before, and I really think you'll enjoy it. This is going to be a sunset, and this will be the sun. If you hadn't figured that out already, that's going to be the sun when we're all finished. We'll just bring some of these dark areas right across it. Right across it. Maybe there's another one right here. We don't know. We don't know. At this point, we're not all that committed. Now, one thing that helps when you're doing this particular painting is a very smooth canvas. And I always use a very smooth canvas. But in this painting, it's really important so your brush will slide. All right. Now, let me wash the brush. Just scrub it off here. Shake off the excess thinner. Give it a little wrap and off we'll go. Now I'm going to begin adding some color into this. I'm going to start off first with a tiny little bit of alizarin crimson and just work it into the bristles. Tap the brush, tap it. See, and that way you get a nice even distribution of color all the way through the brush. Okay, let's go up here. I'm going right into the liquid black, letting it mix and begin pulling a little bit of it out. Just let it blend and work together. See there? All these little colors just happen. Just happen. There. Right there. Now in this particular painting, we use a very limited palette. Very few colors in it. And the colors that we use in this painting most of them are very transparent. So the yellow will show through. This crimson here is extremely, extremely transparent. Beautiful, beautiful color. There. And down here, when we get around what's going to be the sun, we're going to get it. We want this area here to be brighter and brighter and brighter. Brighter. So I'm going to leave some areas open there. Now then, I'm going to go right into a small amount of Indian yellow. Very transparent yellow. Tap it. Let's go back up here. Now, we'll start right up here and just begin laying that yellow in here. Try to keep the yellow off the liquid black, because black and yellow, as you probably know, makes green. And we want to have all these beautiful oranges and yellows and reds in this painting. There. You know, we get a lot of questions that come into us. And one of the questions I hear over and over again is that I talk about having a clear acrylic palette, but my palette on TV does not look clear. Well, there is a reason for that, and I should have told you before. I take and use sandpaper on my palette to scuff it up. Otherwise, it creates huge glares on TV. The same as we take and we cover the brush furrows and stuff with tape, just to keep them from shining. Even the knives are covered. Okay, now I'm going to go right into a little bit of cadmium yellow. And right around the sun here where it's bright, add a little bit of cad yellow. And let it work out. See there? Make all kinds of pretty little effects. And without cleaning the brush, I want to add a small amount of titanium white. Just tapping the brush into it again. Now figure out in here where you'd like to have some happy little highlights, some little clouds. And all you got to do is just sort of give that brush a little wiggle and let it go. Now the white is very opaque. It's very opaque. This painting will teach you a lot. It's a lot of fun. Just think where the light would strike and put a little bit. Don't overdo with this. It's easy to get carried away. Don't overdo. Maybe the little strikes right here. Just sort of let your heart be your guide, take you wherever you want to go. You know, we travel all over the country doing classes and seminars, and I like to I like to ride at night and listen to my CB radio. I've got a CB radio in my van, and I listen to the truckers, and they're super people. Well, let me tell you, one night of traveling listening to truckers on CB will give you more education than 5 years of school. You can't believe some of the things I've learned. I really enjoy talking with them. There we go. And we travel all over, and we meet so many fantastic people when we're doing this. As I've said in some of the other shows, I really believe only super people paint and enjoy art. There we go. Now we can just keep on and on. You can take this to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. Now I'm using the brush sidewards and just blending it all together, just like so. Maybe, tell you what, let's put a little bit of light up in here. In your painting, in your world, you put it wherever you want. You make these decisions. Decide where the light is and lay it in. Look at how those colors mix and blend. Now, if you had covered the canvas with a liquid black and tried to do this with yellow wet, you would have had a lot of problems. You'd have had a bright green sky. Because it's dry, you get away with a lot of things. You almost literally get away with murder. Look at that. Now, I've got this quite bright, so it shows up well on your set. But at home, you make it however you want it. And that easy, we've got a very effective little sky. Okay, let me wash my old brush off. Then we can have some fun. I just covered a cameraman right over there. He's going to get me. Now then, we'll take the knife. Come right down here so you can see this very close. I'm going to take the knife and just reach under, get it started. Now, just peel this off. Boop. There you go. Isn't that easy? That easy. You've got a happy little sun right there. Now then, right now, if you come right up close here again, let's take a look-see. Right now, you've got a very distinct line here. You don't want that. With a fan brush, I'm going to begin to very gently blend this. Allow some of that color to come across. See how it softens those edges? There. Okay. This is just a clean, dry, very soft fan brush. Look at there. See how it brings that all together? Gives it sort of a mysterious effect. Let's make a good Halloween picture. That's getting very close to my birthday. I was almost born on Halloween. My father and I both were born very close to that date. There. We had one day apart in our birth dates. There. So we always had a deal, you know. Since it was so close together, he didn't have to give me anything. I didn't have to give him any either. But he'd always sneak around and get me something. Then I felt bad. There we go. Wash that brush. Dry it very lightly. I'm just going to blend all this together. See, now look how soft that nice edge is here. Okay, now we can begin putting in some happy little things here. I'm going to take the same old fan brush, go right into my midnight black, load it full. Load it full. Okay, let's go right up here. Now hold some distant little trees, little evergreens. Now, you've probably seen me do these hundreds of times. Just take the fan brush and tap. Just tap. You know, one of the most exciting things that happens doing a show like this, we get hundreds of letters from fantastic people all over the country, and they send me pictures. You can't believe some of the paintings that people are doing all over the country. And, you know, I thought today maybe I'd like to share some of those with you. So I've taken the liberty of taking a few of these pictures that people have sent, and I've stuck them on a little board here. And I'm going to have the cameras just sort of pan across and let you see what people all over the country are doing. Now, this is just a random selection. There's many, many more. And if I didn't show your painting, I apologize. And next time, Next time your painting will be here. I'll just keep making these little trees while you're doing that, so I'm not doing anything you don't know about. But we'd love to hear from you and see what you're doing. Drop us a card, send us a photograph. Maybe next time we'll get your painting on TV. And if you see yours on there, thanks for sending it to me, because it does wonderful things to my heart to see that this is working so fantastic for you. There. See, we just keep right on dropping in a few of these little trees. Can you believe some of those paintings people were doing? And you can do it. If you're not doing it, pick up a brush and join us, because you really can do it. There's no secret to this. There's no secret to it. We show you everything you need to know here. There. Okay. That ought to give us enough little trees to play with right now. Just some little indications. Now I'm going to take a little 2-inch brush here, and I'm just going to tap the bottom of it a little bit. Actually, I'm just getting a little color on the brush, and then we'll begin pulling it. Just begin pulling it. Tap it, pulling it. And here's where we begin creating the lay of the land. You can pop that up. See, it makes a little misty effect there. Look at that. Make all kinds of beautiful little things happen. That easy. That easy. We don't know where this goes right now. Maybe put a little color on the brush. Maybe it just goes right on over there. Right on over. I'm going to put some big trees, I think, there, so I'm not worried about that area right now. I'm going to show you how to do some beautiful evergreens in here. I begin to look like an old moon, though, or a sun that's... Could be a moon, now that I think about it. Could be the moon. See, you got to make another decision. Is this a sunset or a moonset? Okay, we'll just rub that a little and lift it. Create that nice misty effect. And don't kill all these light areas. They're going to end up looking like little patches of light shining across here. Try to save some of them, preserve some of them. They're your friends. They'll make your painting happy. All right, let's take. Boy, I'd be scared to walk out here at night by myself. Got to be a booger living there. Let's build some trees. Let's build some trees. I'll just use this black. Load the brush full, both sides, good and full of paint. Okay. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right there. Now, normally, if you watch the show before, I tap down to create trees. This time, I've got a lot of letters saying, on trees in my yard, the limbs grow upward. So all you do is the same basic thing, just push upward with a brush. We'll do those kind in this painting. I don't want to do them all the same. That way it'll give you something else to play with if you've painted with me. There. We'd like to continually give you new ideas and just keep you going, okay? Tell you what, maybe, yep, right there. There's another one. It certainly is now. Well, he's laying right out here in the sky. And one side of the brush runs out of paint, turn it over and use the other. Push it gently upward. There we go, and as you go down, push harder so the limbs get bigger and stronger, and this one maybe comes to right there, wherever you want it. Wherever. Maybe there's some little happy things that grow around his foots. So a little bit of stuff right there. We'll soften that up with a big brush in a minute, and that will help create another plane in the painting, more depth. Now, you know, some of the trees, well, some of them have a hard time. This one's back here. Oh, maybe he died on us. So we'll just put him in there. You need a few dead trees in your painting too. It helps make it look more real. Nature has live things and dead things. Look at there. Okay. But maybe right here, yep. Here's a big healthy one. Oh, he got a lot of water, a lot of sunshine. Give it a little push, bend. There we go. See? And leave some spaces in here. You need places for the birds to sit. The wind has to get through. So leave some spaces. It makes your tree look a little better. Little birds need a place to sit. Let's take our big brush and begin just scrubbing some of this. See there? Just grab it, scrub it. All kinds of little effects. And once again, you're just allowing some of that undercolor to show through. And by changing these angles, it helps create the lay of the land. Make all these little grassy things. Maybe there's another one. Wherever. You decide where they live. There's one. Another little plane. Goes right on up. I like these kind of paintings. They teach you how to use color. We're using such a few colors to do this. They're the fun kind. Because here you work with a lot of values. I'll go right in here and just lay in a little bit of color. Right in here. Just pop it upward. Look at that. Look at all the little things that are happening. I get excited when I see these. There we go. Okay, I'm having so much fun making all these little trees. I'm going to make another little tree here. Maybe he lives right here. And this tree, okay, I'll tell you what. He comes all the way down. This tree, he's got a few little things that are hanging on here, and a few that aren't. You know, some of these old trees, well, they're like people. There's individualist people. Some of them have a few limbs here and there. And that's what makes us interesting. We're different. We all have different personalities, and we look different. That's what makes people interesting, and trees and bushes, they're the same. They have personalities. They're just people with a little stronger roots than most of us have. They can't get away. Just pop that up. Let's have some fun. I want to put a big tree right in front of the sun here. Just throw it right in front of the sun. We're going to check and see if you're brave today. Load a lot of paint into the brush. A lot of paint. I'm using the same old brush. But look how full it is. It's really just loaded with paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, decide where this tree lives. And I want to show some sun on both sides, so I'm going to do him right there. Oh, right through. Look at that. Look at that. Bob's messed up the painting. But that's one of the beautiful things about oil paint. You really can't hardly make a mistake. Because with oil paints, you can just take it off the canvas if worse comes to worse while it's still wet. You can just take and zip it off, take a little thinner, clean the canvas, use it over and over again. Or if it's dry, you can paint right over the top of it. No big deal. You don't ever waste a canvas. Okay, maybe there's a little ledge right here that sets on. Look at that. Let's give him an indication of a big old strong foot out here. Hold him up. We don't want this tree to fall over. If it fell over, fall right into the sun there. Can't have that happening. Just pop in a few little weeds. Grow right out there. There we go. Now, if we just had one tree, he'd get lonely. And he'd pick on all these other ones out here. So let's put another big tree over here. Back into the black. And this big tree, yep, does now anyway. He lives right there. He lives right there. Look how easy that is, though. I'm just tapping with a brush. Just really sock it to it. There we go. But look at all the little fuzzy things that happens right here. See, when you hit hard with that brush, you get all these little fuzzy edges. And evergreens have all these. They just have all those little, I don't know what you call them. Look at that, though. And to me, that looks more realistic than a nice smooth tree. If you want a smooth tree, just take the brush and pull it straight down, and you'll get a smooth tree. I personally prefer one that's a little fuzzy. But everybody sees nature through different eyes. So I just want to show you how to make many effects, and you make the effects that please you. There we go. There we go. You know, I've got to tell you a little story. We recently did a demonstration in Boston for some of the most fantastic people in the world. And I met a lady there. And, you know, we all wonder if we can paint. This lady is blind, and she watches the shows, and she paints along with us, and she does fantastic pictures. If she's watching this, God bless you, because you're a super lady, and I really enjoyed meeting you. And I hope the next time I come back to Boston, we can get together and maybe we can paint together and have a super time. But I thought that was the most fantastic thing I had ever heard of. I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid black and put it on my palette. And my liner brush, go into some paint thinner. I want to make this even thinner. It's literally like water. Turn that brush. Okay, let's go up here. Let's put some happy little limbs, right across this side. There it is. See, because this paint is so thin, it literally just flows off the brush. Look at that. Look at that. There's one right there. And just put as many as you want, wherever you want them. This is your world. So you create the type of world that you want. There. There's freedom on this canvas. There's freedom. Boy, I have so many beautiful ladies who write and they say, you know what I'm painting, the kids don't bother me, and I create my own world, and it really makes me happy. And that's true. I was a single parent for a long time, and I understand a lot of those things. Let's put some limbs over here. You know, it's terrible. They never teach men anything about how to take care of a house. Boy, my son still talks. He tells people all the time about me making him eat burnt TV dinners. I'm just about the world's worst cook. There. And just drop these in wherever you want them. There we go. There we go. Maybe on this series we'll get him back and let him paint for you. He's 20 years old now. He cooks his own burnt TV dinners. Okay. Now then, let's take and put some leaves on there. I'm going to use a number 3 fan brush. Normally I use number 6. Then we'll use number 3. Load it full of paint, just like we did the other one. Just a lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now, since all these were going up, let's take the brush and push these up and create some happy little things that live right out here. Now, we don't want to kill this sun here. We worked so hard to put it in. Don't put so much on that you kill it. Leave it in there. All of them don't have to have leaves. Maybe out here, there's only a few little ones. Maybe here there's just a couple. Just come, you know, make these decisions. Wherever you want them, that's where they ought to be. All right. God, you know, it's really fantastic to be here with you. It's hard for me to believe that with the completion of this series, we'll have over 90 half-hour shows. Over 90. That's almost unreal to me. Almost unreal. And I can't thank you enough for allowing me into your home. You're beautiful people. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Just drop it in all these happy little things. Now you just decide where you think these leaves would be. Drop them on. But leave some of the stalk here, some of the trunk showing. It makes it a little more interesting. And you can always take your liner brush and go back in here, see, and add some little things in here to hold it all up if you want to. Like this one right here. I think it ought to have a few more limbs in it. Wherever. There you go. Just like so. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going right into sap green. Right into sap green. I'm just going to load it full. Now, even though this is very dark, you might be able to see a little greenish tint. So I'll put a little green on the brush. It's really loaded full. Let's go back up here. Now, up here on the tops of some of these leaves, I'm just going to push. I hope you can see that when you set it home. It's so dark, it's very hard to see. Just gives a little greenish tint. when you do this painting at home, you'll see it. And just here and there, here and there, put a little bit of highlight on it. Sort of separates these and creates a beautiful little painting, just like so. And maybe down here, we'll have a few little grassy areas, just a couple. See, just sort of breaks it up. Okay, I think this one's ready for a signature. I'll take a little bit of the thin oil, some red, mix it up real good till it's like water. Let's go right up here, and I'll sign this one. I'd like to thank you for being with me today. It's always a pleasure for me to paint with you. I hope you've enjoyed this one and it's given you a lot of ideas, and we see you again next time. Until then, happy painting. God bless. I'm glad you could join me today. Today, I think we'll really do a fantastic little painting it'll bring a lot of good thoughts right to your heart here. So, I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet, slick, ready to go, and we'll have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and we'll get started. And I'm going to take right off today. I'm going to get right in here to this midnight black, a little bit of phthalo blue, and I'm just going to mix these on the brush. Just tap them right into your brush. All right, let's go up here. Now, I want to just sort of dance in a little sky, a little happy sky, using little crisscrosses. Just let it bounce around and play. Leave some holes in the sky. Don't kill it all. Don't kill it all. Let some little things just shine through. Like so. Just have fun with it. Enjoy. There we go. Now, while I got this brush dirty, I'm going to go right into a small amount of phthalo green. Add it right onto the same old dirty brush. And load it the same way. Just tap, okay? Now let's put in what will eventually be water. Pull from the outside in, from the outside in. See, over here, pull from this direction. I'm gonna leave a little area open here. I want it to look like a sheen of light coming across the water when this painting's finished. There we go, just right across. Okay, now let me wash this brush. A little odorless paint thinner, scrub it off, give it a little shake. And just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now with a clean brush, I'm going up in here and I'm just going to blend this sky together a little bit. I don't want to blend it so much that I kill all the little actions in it. I want to keep some of those in there. If you overblend it, it'll just turn into a flat old dead blue sky. There we go. Just blend it right on down. And for the part that's going to be water, very lightly go across. That light area will remain right there where you put it. See? Already it looks like the light shining across there, and you haven't done a thing. This is really the lazy man's way to paint. That's why I like it so much. Alrighty. I'm going to clean that brush one more time. Shake it off. These cameramen hate me. All right, right into some titanium white and a little bit of the red. There we go. Pull that brush in one direction. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Let's go up here. Now, I want to put a happy little cloud. And I'm just going to take this brush and just dance it around. Just let it have fun. You have areas in the sky where the paint's thick, areas where it's very thin, areas where there's absolutely no paint. Keep it moving, keep it moving. Keep it moving. Otherwise, if you stay in one place, it'll look like a big cotton ball laying up there in the sky. And that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for happy little clouds that just float around and have fun. Now I'm going to take a clean, dry brush, same brush, very gently blend the bottom of this out. Just blend it, just blend it. I'm not touching this top area at all, just the bottom. Sort of mix it up. Mix it up. That's a good way of thinking of it. Just mix it. Just like you're beating up a cake batter here and just mix it up, okay? And that just takes off the excess paint. Then I'm going to fluff it. Grab it, lift it, fluff it, drag out all those little stringy things. Let them happen. When all these little things happen, don't worry about them. Because when you blend this sky, they'll all go away. Look here. It just brings it all together. And it's one of the simplest, nicest, easiest ways of making a beautiful little sky. It has all kinds of happy little clouds floating in it. Okay. Now then, I think today let's do an almighty mountain. I'm going to take a little bit of this blue and black, add a little white to it, so it makes sort of a blue-gray color. There we go, like that. Cut off a little bit. Right up here, I'm going to have a little hill that's far away. So all you do, drop in a basic shape, take a dirty brush, and I'm going to grab it. Doesn't matter if the brush is dirty or clean. And just by using brush strokes, I'm going to put the indication of highlights and shadows in this. I want this to be very soft and very quiet, far, far away. Look at there. You can blend over the entire thing. Very light, very light. See, it looks like his little top went right up in the clouds there. And then maybe in front of that one, maybe there's a big, strong cloud, or a big, strong mountain, I mean. So let's go back. We'll use some black, a little touch of the blue, put a little Van Dyke brown in there too. Just mix it up. Pull it out, cut across it, get that little roll of paint right out on the edge, okay? Now, decide where your mountain lives. Maybe, yep, he lives right there. With this dark color, he certainly does now. And he comes down like that. And all you're looking for here is a very basic shape. We're not looking for a lot of detail yet. Push. Get mean with it. Get tough with it. This is where you take out all your hostilities. Really push that paint right into the fabric. Canvas is tough. We make tents out of it. There, really push it. Okay. Now, we'll take a big brush and we pull that down, just gently, just like we did the one in the background. This removes excess paint, makes the next layer of paint stick much easier. The less paint you have on this part, the easier you'll find it. Maybe out here we'll just tap it a little bit, just let it disappear. Look at that. Just sort of floats there in the sky right now. And that gives you your basic shape. If you don't like your shape, if you're not happy with it when you get to that point, you can change it. Because this is your world. Clean the old brush, and we're in business. All right, now let's put some happy little things up here. I'm going to go into a little bit of the dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, a little white, just mix it all together. Put a little bit of the bright red in there too. What the heck, we'll just have fun today. We'll make a happy mountain, a little more of the white. There, cut across it, small roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Decide which peak is the farthest away. In my mind, it's this one. Tiniest, tiniest little bit of paint. Just a tiny little bit. Just like so. See there? Tiniest little bit of paint. Now for shadow color, I'm going to take a little white, a little blue, some black, and mix me up a shadow color here. Put a little brown in that too. There. Give it sort of a bluish gray. And you can, there, tone it to whatever degree you want it. Okay, cut across. Let's go right up here. And I'm going to lay in just a little indication of shadow right in there. Just like so. Now I want that to be farther back. So, very lightly, I'm going to take this brush and give it a little tap. And then, very lightly, barely, barely caressing the canvas. Follow the angles. There we go. And we'll just let this disappear right off into nothing. That's far, far away. Okay. Now then. Add a little bit more brown to that same color. And sometimes a little yellow ochre does wonders, but don't overmix. See, leave it like that. Cut off a little hunk. Now we can start playing in here. See? By not overmixing, all these colors happen automatically. Beautiful little things. If you tried to sit here and plan all those, you'd have a devil of a time. When you do them accidentally, they just fall in there. Look at that. But we never admit this was an accident. Somebody asked, well, we planned this son of a gun right from the beginning. I watch a lot of people when they first start selling paintings, and people will say, you know, you want to sell that painting? They say, yeah, I want to sell that painting, but there's a couple little errors in it. You know, this tree's wrong or those mountains are wrong. Don't tell nobody that. Shoot, you wouldn't buy somebody else's mistakes. Nobody's going to buy yours. If they didn't like the painting, they wouldn't ask you. And maybe the thing in that painting that troubles you the most is what makes them the happiest. So don't ruin their illusion. Here I'm using a little shadow color and just bringing it down. I'm going to take the small knife and go right into some very dark color. I want to increase the intensity of some of these shadows back here. Look at that. This little knife gets into some places that you might find a little difficult with a big knife. There, it just slips right in. Look at there. Maybe there's a little more shadow right in there. There might even be the tiniest little bit of light that hits. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That easy. You bring it around. Look at there. Create all kinds of beautiful little effects. Just letting a knife just graze it. Graze it, graze it, graze it. I want it to sort of slope out. Little lights singing through there and hitting. Take a dry brush. Be sure these brushes are dry when you do this. If they're wet, you're going to watch your painting just drip off your canvas. Then you're going to be mad at me. And I want you to be happy with your paintings and happy with us. Okay, now we can play a little more. I'll take a little more of that yellow ochre and some bright red and some sienna. We'll just mix all this together. Put a little white in there. Once again, don't overmix it. Let's see, there. Now, you have to start making some decisions. Where does this live? There it comes. Look at what happens there because you did not overmix that paint. It comes down, there it is. We'll just let it go, let it go, let it go. Like that. Let it go. Wherever. I'm going to take and touch a little bit of the same color with more white in it just to sparkle it up. Just so little light's just playing through here. And zing, it hits and it bangs and plays. There's one right there. Let some of these little light things happen. Okay. Going back to my little knife. And back behind here, we need a shadow. Look at that. See, that makes that a separate entity. Just by putting a shadow behind it. Just like that. And we can come down in here and we can raise parts out. Look, right there. It's by putting a little dark area and changing the angle. Angles are very important when you're doing mountains. Very, very important. Okay. I'm going to take and go into the tiniest little bit of cat yellow with that big brush. Just tap the bristles in there. Okay? Maybe right up here there's look at here. Little grass that grows right up the side of that mountain. Just wherever. Just let it sort of blend together and have fun. There. All the little effects. Just let your brush work. Let it go. You can put the least little touch of sap green here and there. Oh, look at that. See how it separates? Brings those apart. Looks like a whole separate entity. Just that easy. That easy. Tell you what, maybe I'm just going to throw some dark in here and watch. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. Go back to the same old brush. And then we'll take some of that dark color. Look at there. Look at there. And we'll just begin bringing all this together. You can make a multitude of things happen just by using the brush. Let all these little things just live in here and play. Okay, let me take off some of that excess paint. Soften that right up like that. Alrighty, alrighty. Now with a clean brush, we can soften that even a little more and create the illusion of mist in it. Okay, I think that gives you a general idea of how to make a fantastic little mountain. I'm gonna go in here and drop in a few little background trees. We'll just use some black and some blue, pick up some white, and a little brown. What the heck? What the heck? There we go. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's some happy little trees that live right here. Right there. Let them go. Let them go. Wherever you want them. There we are. See? You can just make as many trees in your world as you want. I'll stop them right there. That's enough. That's enough right there. Now with a good dry brush, I want to just tap this. Just want to tap it. That softens it all up. Lift upward. Very lightly. Just blend it out. That gives us a nice little layer of some background trees. Let's go, we'll use the old round brush. I'm going still into the black. Add a little sap green to it, a little brown. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree, and he lives right there. A whole bunch of little trees. Just tapping these in. And I'm using a darker color here so it stands out against the other color. And when we put a few highlights on it, that'll show too. We'll just drop some down here. That'll be reflections. Right into a little bit of the yellow ochre. And then you can put, look at there, a few little highlights. These trees are closer. You're beginning to see some highlights in them. Just tap them on very lightly. Don't overdo, don't overdo. Just a few. Put a few in layers. Look there. And that easy, you got some nice little background trees. Yeah, we'll take a 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull down. Look at there. That quick, you got some beautiful little reflections. That may be one of the nicest things that happens in this technique is reflections. You just pull it down very lightly, go across, and you have instant reflections. Take a little of the liquid white. To that, add a little of the blue. It's very thin paint. Cut across it. Let's go up here. That then will give us some water lines back here in these little trees. Helps create the illusion of depth. It shows different planes again. Take the point of the knife, knock in a few little sticks and twigs, just like so. Okay, I'm going back to the same old round brush, go back into some brown and green and black. And maybe right here, yeah, you're right. There lives a nice little happy tree, and he comes right down like that. See, just think like a tree when you do these. Maybe right on back through here, like so. Maybe there's a big son of a gun there. Go into a little bit of the dark sienna and add that right in there. This just be a little background. Drop it in. There. There we go, that quick. Okay, tell you what, let's do the same thing right over here. Maybe there's a happy little thing right there. And this sort of helps with the composition. It brings some borders around the edge, makes the painting look a little better, pushes everything farther back. There we go. Just like so. Some nice warm tones in here. Okay. Now then, let's take the old fan brush here. We'll put in a few basic little tree trunks. We'll just use some brown. Just a little bit of brown. There we go. Let's go up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree trunk in there. Right in there. There's one. Just some indications. We're not looking for a lot of detail right now. Just here and there. Drop them in. Now, I'm going to take a 1-inch brush. We'll dip it into a little bit of the liquid white. Let's go into some yellows, some greens, a little yellow ochre. Just mix them on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Let's begin popping in just some nice little highlights on some of these little trees here. That easy. Okay. Add a little of the bright red to that. Look at there. All kinds of beautiful little effects. And do this in layers, so it creates all kinds of depth in there. Now, happy little reflection right there. Right there. Go across. And we got that rascal. Let's put a few on the other side. There he is, right there. There. There we're just using the brush sidewards. Just bend them right out. There. Okay. Now let's have a few little stones down here. We'll take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Let me clean off my knife. Come right down here. There we go. There's a little stone right there. Maybe there's some over here too. Can't ever tell. I'll just pull a little bit of that down. It'll end up being reflections. Like so. Right out like that. Wherever you want. Maybe, tell you what, there's a little stone out in the water. There's another one. Maybe we'll just have a bunch of them out here in the water. Just drag them across. Like that. Take an old big brush. Let's bring this right on down. This is just brown and green. It's just some nice dark color. Right on down like that. Well, we're getting crazy here. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll use a little bit of this brown and white. Just put a little highlight here and there on some of these little stones. These little stones out here need some highlight on them too. Just let it bounce around and play. Just like so. Now you know me. I always like to have a little cabin. Let's build us a little cabin right about here. Just a little one. There he goes. Look at that little rascal. That easy. Well, I wished it was really that easy to build a little cabin out in the woods. Look at there. And we'll take some brown and some white. We'll put a few little highlights on his front of him here, like that. Take the knife, cut through, make it look like some old slabs. A little bit of brown, give him a door. Gotta have a door. A little touch of white around the door so it stands out. Now let's we'll use a little bit of red and brown mixed together. Put some red on his roof here. Go boop, boop, doo 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 doo. Just let that fall right off your knife. See there? Easy way to make a quick little indication of a happy little roof. Put a little light color here to make him stand out. Now then, a little bit of yellow. We can pop in a few happy little bushes around his foots. And over here, let's do this side. Over here, here's a nice little bush. Look at that. Just let these little rascals layer after layer after layer. This layering effect, though, once again, I know you're tired of hearing me say it, but this layering effect is what creates the depth in your painting. Let's have some fun. Let's put a few big old trees in there. I'm going to go right into the Van Dyke brown and the sienna. Just mix them together. Make a decision. I think there's a tree that lives right there. Big tree. And he's got a friend there. There he is. Okay, let's go on the other side. Maybe over here, there's really some big trees. And I'm going to get a letter. Sure as the devil says, why'd you mess up that painting with all those trees? There we go. There's another big tree. And one right there. However many trees you want. You just drop them in. Just drop them in. And we'll take a little bit of the liquid black, liner brush with some thinner on it. Let's drop in a few indications of some happy little limbs here and there. Just a few. And when you're doing this at home, you put as many in as you want. I just want to show you how to do it. There we go. Just however many. A few in these over here. Don't want them to be left out. There. Okay. There. Just drop them in. You take a little of the liquid white and highlight a few of them. Just wherever. Okay, I want to take a little bit of highlight color and just make these stand out. Just barely touching. Give it a little pull. See, just barely touch. Pull it. Look at that. Makes the little trees just stand right out. Just think of which side the light would hit. There you go. Little bit right over here. Don't want this tree to get lonely. If you leave him out, he'll get upset. We don't like unhappy trees in our paintings. All right, tell you what. We got just about enough time left to play around here, and we'll put a few little happy leaves there. I'll take a little cad yellow, little sap green, and I'm just tapping that brush right into it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, just think about where the leaves would be. See, just tap them in. Keep a lot of paint on your brush. A lot of paint. Leave them loose and very airy. Hope that's a proper word, airy. Sounds good anyway, you know what I mean. Sometimes I'm bad about making up words, so don't pay any attention. And if you're young and still going to school, don't tell your English teacher. She'll be writing me bad letters, too. But see how you can make the indication of thousands of little leaves that quick? Let's do this over here. Look, just tap. Think of the basic shapes, though, you want here. Don't just hit them in at random. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, I get excited when I see these things. Maybe that's the reason I continue to paint. It's one of the few things that you paint for a million years. You always know the next painting you do is going to be a little bit better. You're going to learn a little more. Like that. All right. I think we can take a 1-inch brush here with a little paint on it. Let's go right down here at his foots and let's put some happy little things right there at his foots. Okay, I'm just about out of time. So I'm going to take a little bit color here, put a little bit of waterline right around here, just a tiny bit. Pull this down. And I'd like to thank you for being with us today. I hope you've enjoyed this one, and I look forward to seeing you next time. And until then, from all of us here, happy painting. Hello, welcome back. Today I have a special surprise for you. It's an absolute pleasure to introduce you to one of America's leading artists, a man that I have admired for many, many years. I'm proud to present to you today Mr. Ben Stahl. Born in Chicago, he began his art career at age 16, exhibiting his works at the Chicago Art Institute, and since then has received over 50 national awards for his works, including the coveted Saltus Gold Medal from the National Academy. His works have been displayed in numerous periodicals, such as the Saturday Evening Post, American Artist, Cosmopolitan, Esquire, and many, many others. Ben has taught painting at the Chicago Art Institute and the American Academy of Art and has lectured across the country at many schools and colleges. He was a founder of the famous Artist School in Westport, Connecticut, as well as a noted writer. One of his children's books, Blackbeard's Ghost was made into a film by Walt Disney. Ben is also the host of the television art series Journey into Art with Ben Stahl, a 26-part series designed to teach the viewer several different painting styles. Said Norman Rockwell of Ben Stahl, "We are but illustrators. Ben Stahl is among the masters." So without taking up any more time, I'd like to welcome you to the joy of painting, and thank you for being with us today, Ben.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. It was a very nice introduction. I want to get right into this painting I'm going to do of a girl's head. I don't use models, so what I do is I make drawings. I make a lot of drawings beforehand, and here are an example of some of the drawings which will be turned from drawing into paintings on this canvas. I try to get all the bugs out of and the problems out of it by doing this first. And I've decided on using perhaps this little drawing up here to be the head that I intend to use. Next, could I talk about color on the palette? In the world, we have earth, and we have sky. So I use umbers and siennas, raw siennas, and the reds as earth colors, and the green, of course, is earth, but the blue part is sky. Then everything in nature is hot or cold, and various degrees in between, but basically everything is hot or cold. Now I start out with a cold, raw, burnt umber, cold. A raw umber is warm. Burnt sienna is cold. Raw sienna is warm. And then a lemon yellow, which is cool, but I mix lemon yellow with the red here, and I get a beautiful cadmium yellow, which takes care of the warm yellow. Then, of course, the vermilion, the warm red, and then alizarin crimson cold, and then cerulean blue, which is actually warm. There's a lot of warmth in cerulean blue. There's a lot of sunlight and air and atmosphere in cerulean blue, and it seems to be in just about every place throughout the earth world. Then the cold one is outer space, you might call it, and that's the cobalt. It's very deep, strong. I have a green here. It's called Maximum Green 8, which mixed with any of the colors provides a magnificent array of greens, better than any kind of green I've ever seen or used. That's my palette. Now, I do use other colors occasionally. Flesh tint, that's a funny use. I use it for everything except flesh, but it's a beautiful color. And I also use Naples yellow. But for this palette, I wanted to keep it as simple as possible. So now I'll start painting, and wish me luck. Here it goes. I have toned the canvas. I always tone a canvas first. It kills the awful strong white of the canvas. Things look better painting against a tone than painting against white, pure white. Now this is black. I did mention I use black here. Black, Renoir called the queen of all colors. And Monet said he never used black. When they asked how come he gets such beautiful colors, he said, I never use black. So that's the way it goes in painting. I mentioned earlier that I do not use models, but that is based on many years of using models and drawing from a model and studying very hard, practicing drawing very hard. And it isn't surprising at all that men like Degas, Rubens, and the great masters of the past, Raphael, all the rest, Michelangelo, they drew from imagination. And it seems to me that drawing these days is almost a lost art. People aren't drawing like they used to, and especially the people who are just starting out. Drawing can be more fun than painting, and you can do things with a drawing that you can't do with painting. You get the essence of the thing, simple, fast, quick. And I recommend that anybody taking up painting for the first time should start out doing a lot of drawings. Now here's the thing in this painting, you can see how I smear in the lips. You don't have to draw outline lips, outline eyes, outline the face, heads, and different things, but do a general overall, I call it just a smear, like I'm starting out this business of the hat. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. In fact, Degas once mentioned, he said that an artist does his best work when he doesn't know what he's doing. And the reason for that is that art is largely instinctive. It's instinct based on training and practice. It's the way a pianist hits the right keys on the piano. Instinct, but it's based on study. And Raphael once said about drawing, he said, when one doesn't think, when one is drawing, it works out better that way. Now those are two of the very, very great draftsmen. I have used spray glaze on the background of this painting and killed all of the whites, the lights that are strong, because they're too harsh. It's better to work into a toned color. A good way to do is spray with fixed stiff, or rather spray the canvas with, well in this case I use spray glaze, but you can also mix retouch, paint, the stuff they used in lighter fluid. Use lighter fluid instead of turpentine, and it dries very rapidly. Or tone your canvas with a mixture of turpentine and paint, and then work into it. Now you notice how I try to establish the big effect of the thing first. You don't start with a detail. You start with a big effect. Then you can carry this. If I wanted to, I could spend another week on this painting and go all into detail that would explain everything in detail, but I like to do things as suggest things. Now I'm just sort of suggesting and strengthening under that chin. I feel the main job of an artist is to find the things in nature that the average person cannot see, then put them on canvas, but doing a better job of art than nature. Why? Because nature is everything except an artist. Only a human can appreciate art, and only a human can create art. The trouble is, too many artists merely copy nature's work instead of creating art based on nature, based on nature's rules. And if you study nature, not only just what it is, what it looks like, but why it looks that way. And then you paint exactly in the same manner. Another point I'd like to make is it's on watching demonstrations such as this. If you want to improve, don't just sit back and watch a demonstration in the same way you watch a magician perform. Try to analyze why and how he did it. You yourself must become your own best teacher and avoid, like the plague, a painter's methods and results which are closer to Houdini than they are to Rembrandt. In other words, avoid trickery. Do it the hard way. Do it the traditional way, the way painters have been painting for centuries. Now, as I'm painting, I'm doing all this instinctively. I feel a need for something, and then I fulfill it with a stroke of the brush or a smear of color. And for heaven's sake, don't paint pretty. That can be the death knell for any work of art. Prettiness. Sugar-coated pictures. Develop taste. And you develop taste only by going to the museums and studying the masters, taking a look at masters' work. Here I'm using spray glaze, and it puts a tint of color into the wet paint. Artists have been, you see that yellow, the glaze of yellow shooting all into that thing? This is an oil-based paint itself. You can use it with watercolor or any color. Pastel works equally well. And artists have been using glazes for years. That's how the old masters got luminosity into the things. But this spray glaze but they had to glaze into dry paint. The canvas had to be dry for about 2 or 3 weeks. But with spray glaze, you can glaze and spray right into wet paint, and colors will happen that are just fantastic. It's generally wise to paint with hot colors below and cool colors on top. For instance, a tree, the green out of a tree is living, it's warm. The human body is warm, and the colors you put into it are warm underneath. And the colors that nature puts into a living thing are warm underneath. On top is sky color. That's the coolness. So as you paint warm, especially in the case of flesh, paint warm flesh, and then paint your cool colors on top of that. This is why it's so important to lay out your palette with warm and cold colors. Take a look at Rembrandt, the way he used combinations of cold and warm. It's very effective. The object of painting is to make a picture look good, and you should study and take advantage of all the things that make it look good, but without making it look tricky. For instance, also, I might say you learn to paint by painting, and you learn to draw, which is almost a lost art these days, by drawing. But you only learn how to understand what art is all about is by studying great art and looking at nature, not so much what she is or what she looks like, but how she works. This is the aspect of nature an artist must imitate, most of all. And don't be conned into believing a painting is good because it has marvelous detail or is slick, clever, and flamboyantly rendered. Remember, a whisper can be more potent than a shout, and that, like nature, good art tells no story, or at least merely uses story as a means, not an end. Now I'm beginning to fill in. I've got the head established, but I'm working in some interesting stuff into the background. And you can use any kind of color in anything. Nature uses color on everything. Don't think of, say, an orange is orange. It has to be orange. You can paint a purple orange. Underlying all things, it's form that's the most important thing, far more important than color. A great painting by Renoir in black and white is just as great in black and white as it is in color. goes for any of them. Be creative. Try to create new forms. Make everything you paint your own. Not nature's, not somebody else's. Make it your own. If you paint leaves on a tree, make them your own leaves. Make them the kind of leaves that nobody ever saw before, but yet everybody will know they're leaves. This is the real interest in learning to paint and in art. Makes art art. Line is very important. Line in relationship to tone, flat areas of tone. And this is why I'm putting in this line. It creates more interest. In an orchestra, tone would be the trumpets and the tubas and that sort of thing, but line would be the flutes and strings. And if you listen to great music, you will see the way composers have used line, strings, and flutes, the strings woven through the tonality and the deep flat areas. And an artist must do the same. And you can learn a lot about painting by studying music. And a lot of musicians can learn a lot about music by studying great painting. You notice how these little flicks of color I hit in there like they're just dancing like fireflies in the night. And use a palette knife, as you see here, in your fingernails, in your fingers. But a palette knife is very good. It's also fine for scraping out areas, and sometimes you'll scrape out the area and it will look a lot better after you've scraped it out. And scumble and vary your brush strokes. Don't make two brush strokes alike on a canvas. Keep twisting that brush in your fingers like I'm doing now. Make it work for you. And constantly be all excited about what you're doing. At the start, you're going to have a lot of trouble. You're going to have more failures than good ones. But it's the only way. If you want to play on a miniature golf course all your life and paint ordinary paintings, okay. But that's not for you. You want to get on that big 18-hole golf course and do a big job, a real thing. And use paint. Pile paint on in one area and work it thin in other areas. There it is, variations. Don't do anything the same way twice. Now you see I'm using my fingernail to soften something. If you look at great paintings, and especially in the Impressionists, you'll see their fingerprints all over the thing. Or they'll take a piece of rag and slap it against the painting and pull it away. Well, it's almost finished. Still working with it. There's getting a little more form. Now, a good idea, for instance, a painting such as this, I might leave it as it is, get a frame and say it's finished, but sometimes I'd come back to it and carry it further. But you must get the big masses. This lesson that I've done today in this case is a good example of how to lay in the painting. And art, the more you get into it, it gets more difficult and gets tougher all the time. And as Degas said one time, he says, if it wasn't so difficult, if it were not so difficult, it wouldn't be fun. So go at it the difficult way and have fun. Notice how I'm scratching into the canvas. Texture. I didn't even start talking about texture, but that's very important. Look at the textures in nature. And line can be white and light lines as well as dark lines, such as there. I'm smoothing out that hair. It was a little rough. Should be darker. But learn how to do things economically. Don't make a big fuss over things. If you can do it in one stroke, do it in one stroke. That's a little repair work. Softening an edge with my finger. And notice I used very little paint on the face itself. But the best thing I can say is draw, draw, draw. Well, I just see about my time is about up. I could spend another week on this, but this is sort of, at least it shows you how to lay in the painting anyway. And as you can see, I've thrown color around with abandon and form, but the important thing is to see that I got a relationship of tone to line. In a painting, you work tone to line, and suddenly things begin to happen that are interesting, because that's really a basic form of painting, is that line and tone combination along with values and all the rest. But so many students seem to forget. They paint too much just pure in tone, which is flat tone, and not enough of these lines to delineate form. So we'll just sort of let this thing would go. I can't think of anything more to say on the subject or paint on the subject, but this is it. Thank you for watching.
Now, didn't I tell you this man was fantastic? This is truly why they call Ben Stahl one of the masters. And from all of us here at The Joy of Painting, I'd like to wish you happy painting, God bless, and we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little waterfall. You know, we've done several waterfalls in the past, but I still get hundreds of letters from people wanting to do waterfalls. It seems to be one of the more popular subject matters, so I thought we'd do one today. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet, slick, ready to go. And now let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. Let's go on up here and get started. I'm going to start today with a little bit of the black and a little bit of phthalo blue, and we'll just mix them together on the brush here. Blue and black. Just brush mix them. Okay, let's go right up to the sky here. Let's just put a happy little sky in here. Just dance the brush around. Let it play, let it have fun. There. See, and just make little crisscross strokes with it. And start at the top, work downward. That way it picks up the liquid white, and automatically your sky gets lighter in value as you work downward. There we go. And in landscapes you always want things to get darker as they get closer to you. Toward the horizon out here, it should be much lighter in value. While we have that old dirty brush here, I'm going to take and add a little bit of phthalo green, a little bit more of the blue, a little black. We'll just, once again, just mix them on the brush. Let's go right down here. If we're going to have some water down here, let's just apply some color to the canvas. Maybe we'll just lay this in, and then we'll make the big decisions later where it's going to be. Wherever. Right now, all we're looking for is some nice dark color. You need the dark in order to show light. Okay, now let's wash this 2-inch brush, and we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. And as I've said many times before, it really, really pays you to use odorless thinner. Okay, shake it off, and then just to really beat the devil out of it. Cameraman told me before this started, if I covered him one more time, he was going to walk out here and get me. So he's about fed up with this. Okay, now, with a clean, dry brush, we'll just take and very gently blend all this together. Just blend it together. Be sure your brush is dry. I've got a little hair right there. I'll just pop it right off. There. If you get a hair on your canvas, just take the corner of your brush and lift it off. Don't try to take it off with your fingers. You'll end up messing up your whole painting trying to get that rascal off there. Okay. This down here we really don't care much about right now. It's just color. All right, I'm going to take another brush, and I have several of them going, so I don't have to continually wash them. Same brush. It's just a 2-inch brush. I'm going to pull it right through some white. Add a little red to that. We'll brighten this up. A little bit of red. Tiny bit. Pull that brush one direction. Load it full. Look at all the paint that's in the bristles. Good. Let's go up to the canvas. I'm going to put a happy little cloud in the sky today. And I'm just going to take the corner of the brush and just let it bounce around. Let them play. Let them have fun. Clouds are very free. Very free. Just let them go. Like so. About like that. That's enough clouds for this painting. Just throw them in. Let me clean the brush. Just scrub it off. Scrub it off. Give it a good wrap. And you're in business again. All right. Now I'm going to use just the corner of the brush here and gently blend the bottom of this cloud. I don't want to touch the top, just the bottom. Blend it out a little bit. Just blend it. I want this to be a nice, bright cloud. Just lives up here in the sky and has fun. Okay. Then that just cleans off the excess paint. Any paint that I picked up. Just by beating the bristles, you can clean it without going through the whole procedure. Now we'll fluff it up. And very lightly. This is just barely caressing the canvas. Just graze the canvas. And that easy. You have a beautiful little cloud. Okay, now then we'll put some little background trees in here. And for that, I'll mix up a lavender color. We'll use some alizarin crimson, a little bit of phthalo blue, and proportionately much more crimson than blue. The blue is many times stronger More crimson and blue. All right, let me clean my knife off. And let's load up this old round brush. And to do that, all I'm going to do is just tap it. Just tap it right there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, decide where you want a happy little tree to be. Maybe there's one that lives right there. And think about the shapes. Lay in some very basic little shapes here. We're just tapping these in. Just have fun, let them go wherever you want them. This is your creation, so you have to make these decisions. Make them different sizes and different shapes. Trees are like people, they're all different. Now then, we can take a clean brush, and I want to create the illusion of a little mist here. So I'm just gonna tap it. Just on the bottom, just really raise cane. Now if you happen to put too much color in here and it doesn't work, add a little titanium white to your brush when you do it. It's better to use just a little paint and allow it to blend with the liquid white that's underneath though. It gives you a much more natural appearance here. Then I'll just lift up a little. And that creates the illusion of a little mist. And if you go back, we can take the same color, and now we can add in some little bushes or a little closer, and see that little misty area right there separates it. It's the same color, it's just that the mist separates them, and we can create several layers of little bushy things. Okay. There we go. Now then, maybe on the bottom of this one, a little bit of mist also. And you can create layer after layer after layer after layer of these. Just blend it out, that easy. Now then, I'm going to take my liner brush with a little bit of paint thinner on it, and I'm going to go, there it is, right into a little bit of brown, a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Just turn that brush until it comes to a nice sharp point, like that. See how sharp that is? Good, let's go up here. I want to put the indication in here of a few little tree trunks. Now this is quite a ways back in the distance, so we're not looking for a lot of detail yet. As we work forward, then we'll begin worrying about detail. Back here, we just want to give some indications. Decide how many trunks live in your trees, put them in. Put them in, there you go. You know, I think I said on one of the earlier shows, it's almost unbelievable to me now that we have, with the completion of this series, over 90 half-hour shows. That's so fantastic. And if you haven't got to see all the shows, give your local station a call. Tell them you'd like to see them. If you enjoy the shows, let them know. That's the only way they have of knowing. There we go. Because all the past shows are available to them. They can get them if they know you want them. Okay, now we've got the indication of some tree trunks. Let's take, I'll just use the same old dirty round brush. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the yellows, a little yellow ochre. Pick up some sap green. Same old dirty brush, I don't care. Just tap it in. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, this is far away. I don't want a whole bunch of highlight. I just want enough so you can make out a little indication of some color here and there. Don't overkill. This works so nice, it's easy to get carried away, and you cover up all the dark areas, and you lose the depth, lose the distance. Little yellow ochre added into that same color right there. See, that easy. Okay, and then you can just begin deciding where they are. Put in all kinds of happy little things. There's one. And just think about shape here when you're doing these. Don't just hit it random. Think about shape. It's like when I was a kid, my uncle used to tell me, you know, I wanted to catch a rabbit. He said, well, you stand behind a tree and make a noise like a carrot. When he comes by, you grab him. So that's what you got to do here. You got to think like a tree. I didn't catch many rabbits, if you're interested. There we go. Maybe down here there's some little ones. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't want to catch a little rabbit anyway. I think they're too cute. All right, enough of that, enough of that. Now then, that gives us a nice little background, and all we're looking for is just some background so we can really concentrate on the waterfall. Gonna go right into some good dark color. Maybe our waterfall is gonna be in this area somewhere, and maybe it's gonna drop right off in there. How's that? Just drop it off wherever. Somewhere in there. And then we'll have some dark color down here. We really don't care at this point. Let's take some brown. We'll use some Van Dyke brown and some of the dark sienna mixed together. I'll just mix it right here. Pull it out very flat. Cut across. See, there's a little roll of paint. There you can see it. Little tiny roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now with that, let's put some stones and some rocks, and something's got to contain this water. Always remember this water has to be contained. Otherwise, it'll just run everywhere. Got to have some stones and rocks and all kinds of little happy things. There. Okay. Now then, we'll take a little white, a little sienna color, mix it together. Maybe I'll put just the least little touch of red into it, like that. Cut across. Let's go up here. And let's put a few little highlights on our stones. Maybe come across. Just let it sort of bounce around and play. This is such a delicate touch. You're just hitting the high points. That's all you're hitting. Now then, time to get in here with a fan brush and have some fun. Now we can start building some water. Now one of our golden rules, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I take a little bit of the liquid white and then mix into the titanium white right on the brush. A lot of paint. The brush is really full of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, start thinking like water. Your water's coming right along here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Just let it play and have fun. There, water's just flowing along this little river. Just like so. It's having a super day. Just taking life easy and coming along here. And then, right about here, oh, boom, somebody pulled the stopper out and it fell. Now take the fan brush, come across, and then drop it down, bloop. And it helps to make little sounds, bloop, like that. And you have to make a determination now. How long is your waterfall? If it comes to right here, then take your fan brush and watch here. Go in, push, and bend it upward. There, see? And that makes that foam up here on the top. There, give it a little push. Sometimes it levels out a little and boom, bang. As I say, it really helps to make all these happy little sounds and think like water. There it goes. Now, I have to be careful. I get carried away and cover up the whole canvas, and sometimes there's little stones that you can't see under here, and they make it go bloop and cause other little things. Look there. You need those little sounds, though. They really help. There they are. See what a neat little effect that is? Okay, enough of that. I get carried away. I'll take the old fan brush here. I'm going to some of my yellows, little green, just back and forth, back and forth. Let's go up here. Now then, I want to bring all these rocks and stuff together. So I'll push, bend that brush, just like we did to make the foamy water. And we'll make some indications of some happy little grassy areas that are just living right there. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or a little bit of the liquid white to it. And let it just disappear back in here, see? Goes right back into that mist. We don't know where it goes. Don't care. All right. And that's one of the simplest little ways there is to make a waterfall. Now, let's put something here to contain that water. Once again, you have to keep it in. Let's go right up here. And maybe this comes right around like this, and there's a big, oh yeah, there it is. Look at there. Look at there. Bob, you just messed up now. We'll put some big old stones right there. Look at there. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. Quite a bit of paint. Quite a bit of paint. We'll take it to about there. We don't know. Now, we also need something on the other side if we're going to keep this water contained. I don't want to lose all that, so maybe we'll just let it pop up. Come right across like that. There we go. Just let that, wherever. Make some decisions. Just let this fall right off your knife. I don't want to lose that pretty little thing there. That was a nice happening. See, a lot of times little things happen that you didn't really plan. And they, a lot of times, turn out to be the nicest part of the painting. Watch for them. If they happen, treasure them. Hang on to them. Hang on to them. Here we go. Now then, I'm going to take a little of the brown and white, and mix it together, about like so. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and once again I have a small little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Let's go up here. I want to make the top of this sort of flat looking so I can plant some bushes and stuff up here. So just grazing it, and angles are very, very important. Very, very important. Maybe there's a ledge that comes right down through there. Look at the angle though. The angle is more important than any other thing in this. You want to keep this looking halfway level, halfway flat. Okay, let's do the same thing basically over here. Just, maybe this one's got a big thing. Just sort of let it happen and see what happens and go from there. There, all right. Now then, I'm gonna take a little bit of white, some blue, and black, mix up a very dark color, and I'm gonna use a little knife. Cut across, and we get that small roll of paint on it also, just a very tiny one. Now, the little knife, it comes in handy for getting into little places like this, using almost no color though. Just begin looking, making determinations, see how that's what separates. Maybe this one here comes out and then goes bloop. No pressure, very little paint. I want to keep this area very dark. Very dark. Same thing over here. Just let it bounce along and play. Sometimes you can grab it and go this way. All kinds of happy little rocks in there. There is something right there. Just wherever you want it. Just to give some happy indications. That's all you need. There we are. All right. Now let's use a little more of the liquid white and some titanium white, and we can begin bringing some water up around the foots here and hit it, splash. If you want to make it look like water's dripping down, do it backwards. Take your brush and go pew, pew. See there? It looks like it's coming down. Sneaky, huh? We like that. Well, just bring it right on down here. There's some there. Maybe that just keeps right on coming there, wherever you want it. All these happy little things. Let it go on out through here. I better decide what else is going to be in this painting. I just keep playing with this water and having fun. I'm going to have a whole canvas full of water. Tell you what, maybe there's some nice big trees that grow over here on the side. I just got an old dirty 2-inch brush here. I'll use some brown, some crimson, some sap green, doesn't matter, whatever. Load a lot of paint into the brush. Let's go up to the canvas. Now start thinking about some basic shapes. Maybe there's a happy tree and he lives right here. And his arms just hang out over it. Look at that. And it's really nice if you don't get too carried away and you let some sky show through. It really helps. Gives the painting a little more depth, makes it a little more interesting. Just let some sky hang through. There we are. Okay. We're just gonna put a bush out there. There he is. Okay. We'll separate all those with with highlights. No big deal at this point. And the big thing here, you're just looking for a dark color. It's no biggie. Whatever you have, just whatever. Don't worry about it too much. Nice dark color. Maybe we'll bring this down there, wherever you want it. I think the other side ought to have some too. We don't want it to get jealous. Maybe there's a beautiful big tree that lives here. And he hangs out. That's what I used to do when I was a teenager. Just hang out. That was the most exciting thing to do. I guess it still is. There we are. Okay. There we are. You know, one of the earlier shows, we showed you some of the paintings that people are doing along with us. Oh, I think that's so fantastic. I'm looking forward to doing that again. Let me hear from you. Let me know if you like seeing what people all over the country are doing with this fantastic, fantastic painting method. Let me know. And if you enjoy seeing that kind of thing, I'll continually bring you some more, because we get all kinds of letters with paintings, and some of them are almost unbelievable, and I'd love to share them with you. All right, we'll go into a little bit of brown. I'm going to load the brush with brown, and then I'm going to go right down here and load one side with white. Okay, so I have brown and white. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now let's put some little trunks in here. There they are. Double loading the brush, the brown and the white, you get both sides of the trunk at one time. Isn't that sneaky? For us lazy people, it's great. And it's me. There. Maybe there's a little element lives in there. So you don't have to be too careful here, because the leaves are going to cover most of it. So you don't have to spend a lot of time worrying. I'll take a little bit of liquid white. Maybe right in here, there's a happy little thing that lives right there, like so. And you can just put as many of them in here as you want, wherever. Don't want this side to get jealous. Keep the continuity here a little bit. Just put one over here. All right. Now we need some dirt down here for all this to set on. So I'll go right into some brown. There we are. See, just lay it in. Make a decision where you want it and drop it in. You know, so many of these shows are designed from cards and letters that we receive from people, and they tell us what they want to see. So if you have a favorite subject or something, drop me a line. Let me know what you want to see. If I can't do it, son of a gun, maybe we'll just go out and find somebody that can. There we are. Okay, a little bit of highlight on that. Just touching with the light color, barely grazing the canvas. Don't overdo. Just barely touch. You don't want to kill all that nice dark area that you put in there. All right. Tell you what. Let's put a little of the liquid white. Go right into some yellow, little sap green, and we'll load this brush by tapping it. Can you see that? Here you go. Tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, this is where we put the sparkles on the tree. These are the little leaves, all the little goodies. I'm going to add a little paint thinner to my brush to make that paint a tiny bit thinner. Thin paint sticks to a thick paint. And just drop them in wherever you want them. Wherever. There we go. See them? There. Now I'm going to grab a 1-inch brush also. We said that back here, use a little yellow and some red. There was a little bush that lived out here on this stone. There he is. You thought I'd forgot him, didn't you? See there? He lives right there. Now then, a few more things on this tree. And you just put as many leaves in yours as you want. Let's put some on the other side. There they come. Just let them drop right off that brush. I'm using mostly the corner of the brush. Going into cad yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre, once in a while some Indian yellow, whatever. Just all the yellows and reds, and just let it bounce around and play. There. Okay, now, down here, let's put some individuals. I'll use this same old 1-inch brush. Some yellow, some green. There, pull it through. Load a lot of paint in that brush. Yeah, see there? Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right about there. See there? And put some form and shape in your tree. Just don't throw him up here at random. Put some goodies in there. Here's another one. He's got a little friend. He lives right here. So they live here next to this waterfall. They get all kinds of moisture. Oh, they have the good life. There we go. Maybe right out here, there's one that's got a little bit of red in it. There. Right there, a little bit more. And wherever, you know, just drop these little rascals in. Put a few on the other side. Don't want to overdo. Okay. Drop in a quick one right there. Let it work right down. And let's take the old fan brush. Take the old fan brush, pop in a little bit of water right around his foots down here, and we're on the verge of having a completed painting. And I hope this is one that you like, shows you how to make a happy little waterfall, and you too can experience the joy of painting. So, until next week, from all of us here, happy painting, God bless. Hey, I'm glad you could join me today. And today I thought we'd do a beautiful little painting that's got some snow in it, and maybe we'll put a great big barn in it and do it in a lot of warm colors, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Now, I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's slick and wet, ready to go. So let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across your screen in exactly the same order as I have them laid out on my palette, starting with the titanium white and working all the way around to the red. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. And today, we'll use the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into a little Indian yellow and just tap a little bit of that into the bristles, tiniest little bit. Let's go right up here. You have to make a decision right off. Where's your horizon going to be? And in my world, I think it's going to be right about there. Right about there. So just go across. Now, right above that, I'm going to go into a little bit of yellow ochre. Just a small amount of yellow ochre tapped onto the bristles the same way. And we'll go right up here, and right above that, little yellow ochre. Let's see. Just let them, now where they touch here, you just blend them together a little. Go right into some bright red. I haven't cleaned the brush. I'm just still tapping a little color on, okay? The bright red, right there, just like you suspected. There we go. So we have 3 layers of color. Now we can just very lightly just blend those together. There we go. Already we have something ready for the Museum of Modern Art. There. Okay. Beat the brush off. I'm gonna go right into midnight black. Very transparent black. All right, let's go up here. And I want a very contrasting sky today. So we'll put a little black right here. And just use little crisscross strokes and let it work right into the sky. There we go. That easy. That easy. Well, we really do have a modern art masterpiece going here. A couple more colors and we'll have this one finished. I laugh because there's a cameraman over here that's got the funniest looking disease you've ever seen. It's got spots all over it. right into a little bit of the dark sienna. Just pull the brush through. Let's go right up here. Now I'm going to put just an indication of some happy little cloud shapes. Still using the same brush, and I'm just turning it, making little circles. Little tiny circles. Little tiny circles. Just let it come right down into the color. I like these kind of paintings because they've got so much color in them. They're so bright. Sometimes winter scenes, oh, they can have so many cold colors in them. Ooh, you almost have to wear a parka to look at them. And if you're unfamiliar with a parka, that's the kind of coat we wear in Alaska. It's got the big ruff around the top and fur and cold. Very lightly here. Just going to blend those colors together now. So we're just getting a continual progression of color. Now it's time to have some fun. Now, I'll go right into a 1-inch brush. We need some light color in here to separate all these. I'll use titanium white, a little bit of the red, make a nice warm pinkish color. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, in here, but where these two colors come together, I'm going to drop in the indication of some happy little clouds that are just floating around, just having fun. Keep your brush moving. Keep it moving. Keep it going all the time. Over here, there's one. Look at that. Look at there. That easy. Just drop them in. Drop them in. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should be. There. And as many as you want or as few as you want, whatever. Take a nice, clean, dry brush here, and I'm just gonna gently blend this. Just blend it a little bit. Don't overdo. It's a temptation when you get in here to absolutely kill it. Overblend. There. See how that sky is now beginning to come together? Isn't that a beauty? You know, of course, I know none of us are interested in these monetary gains, but if you are, and some of us are, these are the kind of paintings that sell. I've said it before, a lot of times paintings sell for color as well as content. And when you're selling paintings, study your audience. Study your audience. A lot of times if you're selling paintings predominantly to men, you know, we're macho. Men like paintings that are cold, a lot of blue in them, a lot of mountains. If you're selling paintings to ladies, they're a little smarter. They buy paintings because they fit into a room or they match a couch or rug or something. And ladies normally will buy warmer colors. Hey, I'm glad you could join me today. And today I thought we'd do a beautiful little painting that's got some snow in it, and maybe we'll put a great big barn in it and do it in a lot of warm colors, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's slick and wet, ready to go. So let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across your screen in exactly the same order as I have them laid out on my palette, starting with the titanium white and working all the way around to the red. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. And today, we'll use the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into a little Indian yellow and just tap a little bit of that into the bristles, tiniest little bit. Let's go right up here. You have to make a decision right off. Where's your horizon going to be? And in my world, I think it's going to be right about there. Right about there. So just go across. Now right above that, I'm going to go into a little bit of yellow ochre. Just a small amount of yellow ochre tapped onto the bristles the same way. And we'll go right up here, and right above that, little yellow ochre. Let's see. Just let them, now where they touch here, you just blend them together a little. Go right into some bright red. I haven't cleaned the brush. I'm just still tapping a little color on, okay? The bright red, right there, just like you suspected. There we go. So we have 3 layers of color. Now we can just very lightly just blend those together. There we go. Already we have something ready for the Museum of Modern Art. There. Okay. Beat the brush off. I'm gonna go right into midnight black. Very transparent black. All right, let's go up here. And I want a very contrasting sky today. So we'll put a little black right here and just use little crisscross strokes and let it work right into the sky. There we go. That easy. That easy. Well, we really do have a modern art masterpiece going here. A couple more colors and we'll have this one finished. I laugh because there's a cameraman over here that's got the funniest looking disease you've ever seen. It's got spots all over it. Right into a little bit of the dark sienna. Just pull the brush through. Let's go right up here. Now I'm going to put just an indication of some happy little cloud shapes. Still using the same brush. And I'm just turning it, making little circles. Little tiny circles. Little tiny circles. Just let it come right down into the color. I like these kind of paintings because they've got so much color in them. They're so bright. Sometimes winter scenes, oh, they can have so many cold colors in them. Ooh, you almost have to wear a parka to look at them. And if you're unfamiliar with a parka, that's the kind of coat we wear in Alaska. It's got the big ruff around the top and fur and cold. Very lightly here. Just going to blend those colors together now. So we're just getting a continual progression of color. Now it's time to have some fun. Now, I'll go right into a 1-inch brush. We need some light color in here to separate all these. I'll use titanium white, a little bit of the red, make a nice warm pinkish color. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, in here, but where these two colors come together, I'm going to drop in the indication of some happy little clouds that are just floating around, just having fun. Keep your brush moving. Keep it moving. Keep it going all the time. Over here, there's one. Look at that. Look at there. That easy. Just drop them in. Drop them in. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should be. There. And as many as you want or as few as you want, whatever. Take a nice, clean, dry brush here, and I'm just gonna gently blend this. Just blend it a little bit. Don't overdo. It's a temptation when you get in here to absolutely kill it. Overblend. There. See how that sky is now beginning to come together? Isn't that a beauty? You know, of course, I know none of us are interested in these monetary gains, but if you are, and some of us are, these are the kind of paintings that sell. I've said it before, a lot of times paintings sell for color as well as content. And when you're selling paintings, study your audience. Study your audience. A lot of times if you're selling paintings predominantly to men, you know, we're macho. Men like paintings that are cold, a lot of blue in them, a lot of mountains. If you're selling paintings to ladies, they're a little smarter. They buy paintings because they fit into a room or they match a couch or rug or something. And ladies normally will buy warmer colors. Okay, now that I've made all the men mad at me, we'll put another cloud over here. There we go. I'm just crazy about ladies, so I like ladies. There. Little cloud right there. And wherever you want them. And you could spend all day just putting happy little clouds in here. Just a few. Same old brush, and we'll blend this out. Blend it out. Tiny little circles. Fluff it up. Fluff it up. Gently blend it all together. Same way, right there. See there? Isn't that super? There we go. Now, let's have some fun. I'm going to take the knife and go right into a tiniest little amount of cadmium yellow, just straight cadmium yellow, cut across a little tiny roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now, right back in here, I'm just going to let it just barely graze the canvas. I want to put some little happy doers in there. There, see them? Just sort of let them play across. clean, dry brush, and this is 3 hairs and some air. Lightly, lightly, lightly stroke the canvas. Just enough to sort of bring that together. Don't want to overdo. And then we let this blend with a little bit of the liquid white and come down a little bit more. Because we're going to put some little background trees in there, and a few of them might show through. A little bit of the sky might show through. There we go. Look at that. Okay, isn't that a super sky? That one will certainly warm up a room. Okay, I'll clean my old brush. Give it a shake. Beat the devil out of it. All right, let's make some decisions here. Let's put some happy little trees in the background. And for that, I'm going to mix up, let's take a little black, a little blue. I'll throw in a little alizarin crimson too. What the heck? What the heck? Maybe mix a little more. Black, blue, crimson. Let me clean my knife here. And we'll take our round brush and just tap it in there a little bit like that. Just tap, tap, there. Now let's put some little trees. Look at there. Just little basic shapes, and they live right in there. And just think like a tree. How would you like to grow here? There we go. Don't kill all the pretty areas that you put into this beautiful sky, because that can happen very rapidly. Just begin putting in some very basic, happy little shapes. There we go. Maybe there's one here. And you notice I usually try to start at the bottom and work up. That way, it automatically gets lighter toward the top, and you keep the dark shadows at the bottom. That really helps. Makes your life easier. There we go. All right. Okay, let's put a few on the other side over here. We don't want him to feel left out. And I'm just tapping with this brush. Oh, there goes my beautiful little cloud, and I like that one too. That's all right. We learned how to make it, and the name of the game is practice. So if you got some practice, your efforts weren't wasted. Because you know, every painting you do, you look at it and you know the next one's going to be better. Because you learn something from every single painting you do. All right. And we'll just drop a little bit of that color right in there, wherever. Wherever. That's sort of a black to a lavender, a little gray, whatever. Okay. Let's take our liner brush. We'll put a little bit of paint thinner on it. We'll go into some Van Dyke brown. Turn that brush till it comes to a nice sharp point. All right, let's go up here. Now we need some little trunk indications here and there. And I'm not looking for a whole bunch. Just enough so that when you look back here, you can see, oh, there's one that he didn't have any leaves on him. He's just laying up there naked. There. Put one right in there. Let your brush turn and wiggle and have fun. Because tree limbs grow all kind of old crooked ways. Sometimes maybe a big old deer comes by or a moose and steps on them and hurts them when they're little. Let's go over here. And there's one over here. So they're not always straight. You know, they have to go out and look a long time to find one to make a telephone pole out of. Majority of them grow sort of crooked. There. All right. So that gives us a little bit inside the tree. I'm going to take the same old brush. What the heck? We'll go right into tiniest little bit of the yellow, and to that I'm going to add a little bit of alizarin crimson. We're going to have a very warm painting here. I also want to add some white to that. Maybe. Shoot, we'll even add some red in there. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's go up here. And I want to go right up here and just touch. I don't want a lot of color yet. We'll put that in later. Just some happy little snow things. You could even take a little bit of blue and add right in there. A little blue and white, just tap it in too. That's pretty. Cold color. Look at there. Look at that. Look at that. There's one up here. And we're not looking for a lot of detail yet, just some little indications. Just a few here and there. Just a few. And then you can begin picking out little things that are down in here. Just decide where they are. Drop them in. There's one. See him right there. See? 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 You knew he was there. And go back into some red. Get a little more of the white. A little more of the red. Put it all together. Right here. Look at that. Makes sort of a nice little lavender color. Beautiful little color. We'll make this tree have some too. Put a little white one right there. Ooh, look how he stands out. See, that light stands out against the dark. Nice one. That's one of them happy accidents. And when you get those, don't fight with them. Keep them. Put a little bit more of the bright red into that one. I'm just really having some fun with color now. When you do this at home, if you want to change the color, you have an artist's license. It comes with your first tube of paint. It says you can do anything you want to do, at least on canvas. All right, that's enough piddling around there. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take a 2-inch brush here and we'll begin laying in some areas in the back here where the snow's going to be. And I'm just going right into this color I've been playing with. It's got some pink in it, white, whatever, we don't care. Now you begin worrying about the lay of the land. Maybe make a decision. Which way is it going to go? Have it go sort of that way? Okay. And I'm just laying paint on the canvas right now. You can reach up in here and grab a little of this and pull it down, or you can even get over here. See, just let some of these little things happen. This is going to be far in the background. We're not too worried about it. In fact, I'll probably just cover it up. But several little colors there. There's some pink in there and some blue, and then I'm picking up some of these little shadow colors. There. Now, I'm going to take a fan brush and very soft. Just grab that. Ain't nothing wrong with picking up a little color and see how you can create the lay of the land there. Just like that. Work this around, let it play. So I think I'll put a big bar in there anyway, so we're not worried about that. Lift upward. See, that sort of gives it a little misty effect. Sneaky. Quiet and soft and dark back here. That's where the little rabbit hides. He lives back in there and watches what's going on out here. And says, man, all the crazy people out there, what are they doing? All right. Let's build a barn. Now, when you do this, probably one of the easiest ways I've found is to take your knife and very gently scrape out a basic shape. This allows you to get your perspective right, but most important, it takes off the paint that you already have on the canvas, and the next layer sticks much easier. So let's go right here. See? I just use a point. Maybe you can see that. But yeah, you can see that quite well. There we go. See, we'll come down maybe here. Here's the other part. Comes out like so. And you're not committed yet. This is just giving you an idea. Maybe there's an arm that lives right over here on this barn. We'll put an arm over here, comes across sort of. Look at there. See, that gives you a general shape. Now with the knife, I'm just gonna tear out, rip it out. All the beautiful things we had back here. There they go. There they go. I think today I'll show you a different way to paint a barn. This is an old barn. It has old wood on it. Get all this color out. I'm gonna put some snow on the roof, and we don't want it to. You know about that yellow snow? I don't want that up there. Okay. There. I know that looks terrible. You're probably sitting at home saying, Bob, you have done it this time. Use a 2-inch brush. I'm going right into the Van Dyke brown. Load the brush full of color. Give it a wiggle and pull it. That brings it to a nice sharp edge. Look how sharp that brush is. It's very sharp. Good. Let's go up here. All right, let's start with the overhang. There it is. See there? Now you could do all of this that I'm going to do with your knife. I just want to show you a different way of doing it. Grab this, pull it down. Pull down. Use both sides because the other side's fully loaded too. Here we go, over here. Look at that. that quick, that quick. There. If he's going to have a little arm out there, we need to put some wood out there. Got a little arm on the other side. Put some brown in there. And you're really still not too committed. You can still change your mind here. Let's go up the side. See there? Right up the side. Like that. Maybe, yeah, I'm going to have a little bit of wood showing right in here. All right, now, I want to make this look like old wood. Old wood. Now, I'm going to use the same old brush, and I'm going to go right into some white, some of the dark sienna, look at the brush. There, let's go up to the canvas. Now, start right here, touch, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. See there? Isn't that super? Helps if you're a little nervous. If your hand shakes a little bit, this is the time to use it. There, because it makes all these beautiful old wood effects. There we go. Now we need some on the other side. Ooh, there's a pretty one happening right there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I get carried away sometimes just watching. There we go. Let's put some right out in here. Okay. Now over here, I'll just put a little indication. Not much of that's going to show. Now we can go back into the brown, and I want to put some shadows in here. And we're just barely touching. Barely touching. This is when we find out if you have a delicate touch. All right, now back to my knife. Go right into the Van Dyke brown, cut me off a little. And let's put us some indication of a few boards in here. And I'm just going to quickly do this so you can see how it's done. Just let them go. And you put as many boards in yours as you want. This carpenter was like me. He wasn't too good. He just, whatever he had, he used. Over here, it's a few. There we go. Now with a clean brush, very light touch. Grab this and just caress it. Look at that. Bring all this together. Have you ever seen an easier, nicer way to make old boards? Now we can get serious. First thing we need here is a door. Got to have a place to put the cow. There, we got a barn, got to have a way for him to get in. There we go. Nice door. And tell you what, put some snow right up here on this little arm. Some snow right along here. Just lay it on. And go come right down here. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Choop. See there? And that gives us an idea of how to do a roof. I tell you what, I'm just going to sort of block this in so you can see it a little easier when you set. It's also a nice way to cheat a little and give yourself a guide. Touch, just pull down. Just give it a little pull, like so. There you go. Okay, now right out here, look here, look here, look here. A little more. There it is. See? A little bit right out here. And then just take your knife, smooth it out. And then a sneaky way to make a barn. Okay, now I'm going to take the little knife here. I want to put some curves in this door. It's just the right size for that. And pull that down. There. And a little bit of light brown color, and we'll just sort of outline it. Give it a touch of highlight so it stands out a little better. A little bit better. This old barn's seen its better day. It's like me. It's had a rough life. Now then we can take and begin working on some of the perspective here and get all this stuff together. Maybe it comes right up through there. All right, we're ready to have some fun. I'm gonna go back into some of these dark colors, brown, little sienna, Van Dyke, black, whatever. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree and he lives right there. Comes right out through there. tell you what we need. Got a brush here that's still got white on it. Let's put some snow indications. It comes right along the barn. Look at there. One thing nice about a big old brush, you can do these things in just a second. Just a second, just throw them in. I'm going to add a little blue to the brush, and maybe right in here. Look at there. Look at there. There we go. Little path indication. Over here, maybe we got a little bit of snow comes down. We'll take a fan brush or something here, and we can smooth all this out. This is just a nice way of dropping it on very rapidly. Okay, here lives a nice happy little bush. He comes right down through there. Okay, with the liner brush, a little bit of liquid white. I'm just going to put the indication of a, there we go, a little trunk here and there. And I'll take the same old brush, what the heck. We'll go right into a little red, a little white, and a little yellow ochre to that. We'll get crazy. Okay, let's go right up here. I'm gonna put some happy little colors in this one, just to really warm it up. Look at that. See there? Isn't that neat? And this keeps the whole winter scene from being so cold that it's uncomfortable. There we go. And you just put as many little bushes and stuff in there as you want. Tell you what. We need, let's grab some of that and pull it. That'll be our snow that comes out of there. Take a fan brush now and just begin blending all this. Just blend it. Let some of it slide right down here. It comes right up. Look at there. Sort of goes back into there. And that little brown I got on the brush, I'll use that for a shadow right in there. Straighten up the edges, like so. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun here. I'm going to go right into a little bit of black and a little bit of blue. And maybe, yep, right there. We'll put another layer of bushes. This just helps create different planes in the painting. To that, I'll add a little Indian yellow. Let's go right there. We'll just put a few little happy highlights on these bushes. We'll use some of the reds and the yellows just to make it a happy little thing. All right. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. I'm going to go right into the brown. Right into the brown. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there lives, does now. Boy, there sure does now. A big tree. Big tree. This is just a brown. He lives right there. Looks like a big slingshot, doesn't it? That is a big slingshot. My dad was the best slingshot shooter in the country. He could really work a slingshot. I came from the deep south, so people used a lot of slingshots. Then I migrated to Alaska. I had to go find some snow. I'd never seen snow. I was 20 years old before I ever saw snow. But I moved to Alaska, and almost overnight, I saw my share. I'm using a little bit of the liquid black now. And we'll just put some of that, just to create the illusion of some happy little limbs here and there. And in your world, you put as many limbs or as few as you want. Just drop them in. There we go. There we go. All right. Take the knife, I'll take some of this color we've been using here. I just want to put just the indication of some highlight around this tree. Just here and there. That'll make it stand out a little better. See how you can drop in a big old tree in just a minute or two. That easy. That easy. Over on this side, at least a little touch of some blue, just to sparkle it up. And the old clock on the wall tells me I've got to leave you. And I'd like to thank you for being with me, taking a little bit of the liquid white, just highlighting, laying a little snow here. And from all of us here, happy painting, God bless. See you next week. Certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting? Let's do it together then. I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across your screen that you need to do the painting I'm going to do today, and they'll come across in exactly the same order I had them on my palette, starting with the white, working around. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's nice and wet. We got our oil paints here. We're all ready. So let's take off. Let's go right into a little bit of Prussian blue. Prussian blue, very strong. Good dark blue. Tap that brush in there. Okay, let's build a happy little sky. And I thought today we'd do some fantastic mountains. I get a lot of letters wanting beautiful mountains that have snow on them, and also that you can see parts that don't have snow. So we'll play a little bit with that. And notice I'm leaving some holes in the sky here. We don't want it completely covered. Just want to leave some little holes up here in the sky. Let the light play through. Okay, maybe a little bit right in there. Just like so. And we don't care where this goes. Today I'm going to devote most of the show to showing you how to do these mountains. And then we'll just throw in a quick little foreground and go from there. That is, if everything goes right. Sometimes I get slow or fast and I have to do things I didn't plan to do. There we are. And that easy, we have a very simple, nice, quick little sky. Okay, now then, I'll take the knife and we'll go right into some midnight black, right into some black, and some of the Prussian blue, black and blue. Like that. Pull it out, cut off a little piece, just looking for a little roll of paint. There it is. See? Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we have to make some decisions. Where are these big old mountains going to live in this painting? Maybe right there. I'm really going to put some big mountains in this one. Comes down, maybe. You have to make decisions here. This is your world, your creation. So you have to decide where all these little mountains and big mountains live. And right there. See there? And don't make all the peaks too sharp. Also, if you're not careful, mountains will very soon look like Wigwam Village or ice cream cones. So break up your shapes. And I'm scraping off all the excess paint. Maybe you can hear how hard I'm scraping the canvas. I'm really going into that canvas and scraping very hard. Push that color right into the fabric. Look at there. Okay, there we are. And that gives us a quick, basic little outline. And at this point, the only thing that you're really worried about is the top of these mountains. You could care less what's happening in here. Now we'll take our 2-inch brush, grab that, and begin pulling it. And this is a nice way to begin laying out the highlights and the shadows and all the beautiful little things that are going to happen in this. See, just by using brush strokes, you can begin laying out all the little things. And you're not committed. Maybe. And you can even change some of the basic shapes. Look at there. Look at that. Maybe that'll come right down through there. They'll have something there. Wherever. Just make a decision, throw it in, and go. Okay, and this is just blue and black. Just blue and black. And we'll just let it fade right into the liquid white here. And it just looks like it's sort of hanging in the mist. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. We want it very soft at the base. If you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom because of mist, pollution, all those terrible things. Okay, now we'll start putting some snow on it. Pull the paint out as flat as you can get it and cut across. Get that little roll of paint again. Okay, let's go up here. Then you have to start making Big decisions, big decisions. Graze the canvas. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. None. Your light is coming from the right. Now, if you're left-handed, you might find it easier to have the light coming from the other side. Left-handed people have been forced to do right-handed things their entire life, so it sort of varies. Okay, maybe there's a little light that just plays right through here. Look at that. See there? Just let it drop in. They don't know where that goes yet. Don't care. Here we go. I want to have some light coming right down through there. Just think where happy little sunlight would strike. Right here. I want to have a little more. This is the way you create little peaks and valleys and all kinds of interesting things happening in there. Just sort of let your imagination go. Just let it go. You want that paint to break. By break, I mean it has all these little holes here in it. There we are. And we could jaggy up the little edges. There goes one of them crazy words I use, jaggy. I don't know if that's a real word or not, but you understand what I'm saying. Don't want it too straight. Okay. Now then, let's take here and mix up a little blue and white. A little bit of Prussian blue and white. And with that, we'll create shadows. Pull it out flat, go across that same little roll of paint. There you are. Let's go up here and do it. Now then, begin going in here and picking out where the shadows are. And don't kill all those beautiful dark colors that we work so hard to lay on there. Maybe that comes down, and maybe it drops right on down like that. See, and lets that show through. There comes another one, wherever, anywhere you want a little peak, just lay it in. Maybe there's a little shadow that comes right down here and just sort of blends together. There comes another one. See how you can bring all these right together? That all these happy little things just happen. There's another little peak. Works right up in there. And you can go on and on and on and make just as many of these or as few as you want. Tell you what, I'm going to get the smaller knife here. I want to go back in here and play in a few little shadows right in this area. See, this little knife, I can sneak in here and hit some of these little areas. You could do the whole mountain with just the little knife if you wanted to. Blend it together. Blend it together. Very soft, very quiet. Okay. Now, they'll put us a little bit of shadow right there. A little more in here. Wherever. Long in here. Maybe I'll put some great big evergreens in this one. I want to show you how to do some beautiful big evergreens too. If we have time, I'll just throw some of those in. I'm going right back into my same old dark color, and I'm going to bounce in just the indication of some darks here and there. Just here and there. Just look at that. Look at that. Help make it a little bit deeper in places, create some deeper recesses. There we go. See, maybe a tiniest little bit right there, right there. So all that shows different planes, different little things happening. And you can bounce these colors back and forth, create all kinds of illusions. Right. Now with a clean brush, I'm going to create a little mist right in here. I'm just barely going to tap and then just blend it all together. Just the bottom, just the bottom. I don't want to mess up the nice sharp peaks. We said earlier, if you can see the entire mountain, it's more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. So I just want to create some nice soft areas in here. There. Just barely tap. Follow the angles. Always follow the angles. Okay, now then, we were going to have these mountains continue, and we're going to have parts of them that just have a little snow around them so you can see it. I'll go right back into this black. I'm going to add some brown into my black. There we go. Pull it out, get that little roll of paint, and let's go up here. Maybe right along here, maybe this little peak we have here. Maybe it just comes right on out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. Look at that. See, you need that dark so your lighter colors will show up. And maybe, tell you what, maybe there's a big bump, big rock right there. Wherever you want it, just drop it in. This is black with brown in it. There, just throwing in some little things here. Let it just taper right down into nothing, taking off all the excess paint down here at the bottom. Okay, now go to some of the dark sienna, little bit of the Van Dyke, a touch of white into that, not much. I want it to stay quite dark, about like that. Okay. Now then, just barely touch, barely touch. Think about where your light is. There we go. There's a little bit there, a little bit playing right through there. There we go. Here's a little more. Isn't that fun? See how you can just make all those little effects? There we go. Here, right there, right there. Just drop them in. Now then, over here, this is just about straight brown here. Just want to put in some basic angles. Let that disappear right in. Just brown. Allow a little of it to mix with the color that's already on there. Some of these things just automatically happen. There we go. There we go. Okay, now then, tell you what, let's do. Let's go back into some of the white. And I want to have the indication of a little snow. It's laying right in here. It's just coming down. Look at that. Let it climb right up the sides. And if you get a little on there, don't worry about it. You can go right back and fix it. The little knife, you might find, works a little better for that. Comes right on down here. Look at that. See, dark against light, light against dark, and all these beautiful little effects happen. I'm going to take the little knife and go right in here and smooth that out so it just, there. Just let it, see, let it just go right on into the background. Okay. Maybe there's a little that lays right in here. Just wherever you want it. Make a big decision, throw it in. And it just goes right off into the distance. A little of it flows right up through there. And you don't care if a little of this brown gets into in your white. It'll make it very nice and very pretty. And here and there, maybe there's a little laying right along in there. Touch of the blue and white here, just a touch. A few little things are happening right over in here. Just let that knife bounce and play. Okay, well, that's pretty much how we can make some fantastic mountains. Now, if we're going to have time to put a whole foreground in here, we ought to get to moving along. I like mountains so much, I get in there and get to playing and forget that we got other things to do. I just want to tap this. I'm going to add, I tell you what, I'm going to add a little bit of green and a little bit of yellow, a little yellow ochre, just right on the brush here. And maybe there's some happy little grassy things that live right in there. A touch more green. There they are. There they are. See? You're following those angles, though. Following those angles. Just let them work right on up. Wherever. Over here, we'll follow these angles. Add a little more of the green, touch of brown into that. There. This is the shadow side. Look at there. Just helps set all those down in there. Okay, let me clean this brush. We'll wash this brush and then we'll soften that all up and be ready to play. There we go. As I said in one of the earlier shows, we have to have one of the funniest looking cameramen in the business. He's absolutely covered with paint. He's got multicolored freckles. There we are. Just lifting it up. It gives it the impression of little grassy hills. There we go. Clean that all up. And you can take and touch a little bit of the darker color, a little green here and there, to show different planes. See how that just shows a whole new plane? All right, let's have some fun now. Let's have a little rolling hill here, like you said, maybe up on a little plateau looking off, and you can see all of this. So go into a little bit of black, a little bit of green, sap green. Just tap the brush into it. See there? Just tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you got to make a big decision. Where does this go? And in my world, I'm going to have it come right here. And all I'm doing is taking the brush and tapping downward. Maybe there's a little valley right there, and it goes up and around. See? Just like that. Now we can begin filling this in. This is where you begin creating the lay of the land. Right through there. Get a little more color on my brush. Ran out. There we go. See there? Isn't that a super way just to put a nice grassy little hill there? There we go. A little more of the color. And let's go back over on this side and bring this one down. Don't want him to feel left out. Now, once again, here all you're doing is putting in some dark so your lighter colors will show later on. And we'll come back and we'll highlight all this later. Okay, a little more of the black. I want it to get a little darker here in the foreground. As things get closer to you in landscape, they already get darker. Add a little more of the black. Okay, we pretty well got that filled in. Just like so. There we are. All right. Let me clean my brush. If you've painted along with us before, you know this is the most fun of the whole technique, is cleaning this brush. Doodle-doodle-doodle. That's really fun. Okay, today I'm going to use a number 3 fan brush. I'm going to go right into, let's go into a little yellow ochre, a little cad yellow, just mix them together. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe right in here. That's a little too bright. I'm going to put some green with it too. A little too bright. Right in here. And I'm pushing upward. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice. There's a happy little evergreen. Lives right there. And I'm using some bright colors. I want him to be pretty strong. Same colors. We'll give him a little friend. Trees get lonely, just like we do. Or at least I do. There we are. There we are. There we go. Just push upward with the brush. Can you see how that's working? Push upward. Make all those happy little things. Drop them in. And you have to make a decision. How many of these little trees live in your world? You decide and you put them in. Put them in. Look at that. Look at that. I like to do little trees. I get carried away with them. Okay. And we'll just put a few here and there. So I say, if I don't stop, I'll have the whole canvas covered up with little trees and you'll lose the painting. Maybe there's one right there. See there? Just push up wherever you want it to go. Okay, let's start building some little grassy areas all in here that are very pretty. I'll go right into some sap green and some yellow. Tap that brush. Tap it. Tap it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's begin determining the lay of the land. Now that's not quite bright enough. It doesn't show. I'll add a little bit of the liquid white, go right back into my color. The liquid white, make it a little lighter. Let's do it again. I want you to be able to see it. Yeah, that's much better. Just tap. Just tap. Don't kill all your dark areas, but you begin creating all kinds of little things here. We'll add a tiny bit of red to that. See there? Look at that. See how that stands out? And you can make just plane after plane, hill after hill. Bring it all together. It's a super way to make little soft meadows and little grassy areas. Oh, this would be a nice place to go lay under a big tree and read a book and sleep a little while. There. And just vary the colors a little bit. All right. Layer after layer after layer. Look at the depth in that, though. See, you can create a tremendous amount of depth just by working the different layers. There's another one. Try this. I think you'll really, really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Put another one right there. Okay, let's go on the other side here. All right. Now then, let's have some fun. Maybe go right into some Van Dyke Brown. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here. And he's a little bigger, a little stronger. We can see more of his trunk. He's a strong little tree. And he's got a friend right there. And if you had two trees there'd probably be a third one sooner or later. Maybe there's one over here too. 4. You can put just as many trees in here as you want. While I got that going, I want to put the indication just here and there of a little trunk in some of these. Just little indications, see? Don't overdo. Just here and there. Okay, I'll go back to my fan brush. Some sap green and some of the yellows. And let's just go right in here. And we'll just pop on some happy little leaves. Like so. Just pop them on. There's a nice little bright one there. Boy, he really stands out nice. Okay, put some leaves on this one. Now, maybe this one back here, maybe he's not with us anymore. I just put some old hangy downs that indicate some limbs. There we go. Got a little too tough for him. He quit on us. All right, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. I want to build a couple of huge big trees here, some big strong ones. Show you how to make those. Let's go right into some Van Dyke Brown. Watch here. You have to make a decision now. Where does this tree live? Oh, I hate to go through that big mountain. We will anyway. We will, right there. Just tap. Just tap. And somebody's going to send me a bad mouth letter for going right through that mountain. There we go. And I'm tapping with a brush to make it fuzzy. That was so much fun. Let's do another one right here. Right here. Big old tree. There he comes. There he comes. Drop him in. Drop him in. Now, same old brush. I'm going to go right into some white. Right into some white and come right down this edge. See there? Look there. And that gives us our highlight. Makes the tree look round. Let's do the same thing to the other one. Don't want him to feel left out. Just like so. There we go. Gives that tree some roundness. A little bit of roundness. There we go. Let's put him up. Maybe there's a big old root right here on this tree. And we'll just put some dark color in here. That'll indicate a shadow. We'll tinker with that a little bit later. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid black, put it on my palette. Find my liner brush, put a little thinner on it. Go right into the liner brush. Now I have a little paint thinner in that. It's very thin, like water. Okay, let's go up here. Now we need to put the indication of some little limbs here. Just decide wherever they're at. Drop them in. Oh, right over our mountains that we work so hard on. Sorry. It's all right if you learn how to make them, and it wasn't wasted time. Wasn't wasted. There, let's put a few little hanger downs here and there. There's a nice one. Nice big strong limb lives right there. So let them come right across. There we go. Oh, right over that peak. Okay, that easy. We have some limbs. Let's put some on this other big old tree over here. There it comes. Helps to make little sounds. See here? There's a big limb lives right there. A few old hangy downs on there. Evergreens always have these old, I call them hangy downs. I don't really know what they are. That's as good a word as any until we find a better one. Look at there. There we are. Okay, see, we can just put all these in here that we want. You always have old broken ones on there. Now then, go right into the liquid white. You can add a little bit of highlight here and there. Make that rascal stand out. The light against the dark again. Light against the dark. Up here, put a little bit. There we go. Just a little, just a little. Over here, a tiny bit. See, it just adds a little bit to your painting. Makes it look a little better, a little more detail. And come right across. There we are. Okay, now let's put some happy little leaves on there. And we'll take our number 3 fan brush. Let me clean it off. It's full of paint. Okay, and I'll go right into sap green, and some black. Okay, let's go right up here. Now, you don't have to have leaves on all of these. Just touch, push, bend it upward. I just want leaves on some of them. Look at there. Oh, right over a mountain. Right over the mountain. There they go. Wherever you think they live, that's where they live. Okay, let's go over to the other tree. Put a few little happy things on him. Just like so. Just like so. Wherever. There they are. And we were right into a little bit of cad yellow because it's got a lot of green on here. We'll drop them in. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a fantastic little painting. It really shows you how to do these mountains. And got this one all finished here. And I'll call this one done. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. See you next time. Hi, glad to see you today. You got the liquid white on your canvas, your colors all set up and ready to go? Well, I hope so. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting that's very simple, and we're only going to use about 3 colors, some black and white and a little bit of crimson. We'll have them run those colors across your screen so you'll have them at home. And let's go on up here and get started. Now I've already got the canvas covered here with a nice even coat of the liquid white. It's all wet and slick and ready to go. Go right into a tiny bit of alizarin crimson with a 2-inch brush. Pull it out and just gently tap a little bit in. I'm going to use this only one time in this entire painting, just one time. But look here, see? By tapping it, you get a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. And maybe right there, there's a tiniest little bit of pink. Just a little bit of color. This painting is going to be just in gray tones, except for this one tiny little area right here. We'll put this in here just to warm it up a little bit. I'm going to do a little winter scene. And these monochromatic type pictures are excellent to teach you how to use values. There we go. And that's the only time we need any crimson in this whole painting. Now then, let's begin playing a little bit. I'm going to go right into the black. Don't even have to wash a brush. This is a very strong color. It'll just cover up the crimson, no problem. Just pull out a little bit of color. Tap it into the bristles, just like we did before. You can work both sides. Now, look at the brush. See? You have a nice, even distribution of color. If you don't tap, if you just reach up in here with a brush like that and pull out a big hunk, you're going to go up to the canvas and have huge streaks. All right, let's go up and do this. Now then, Let's put some happy little cloud things. Oh, they're just floating around. Now this will mix with the liquid white, and all kinds of beautiful little colors will happen, little values. Let the canvas work, let the brush work. Just have fun here. Just let this wander around and play wherever you want it to go. There we go. Maybe a little touch right here. And I'm using basically just the corner of the brush, making little tiny circles. Little tiny circles. And don't stay in one place and just keep grinding it. Keep the brush moving so you get all kinds of little actions happening here. All right. Now let me wash the brush. Let me wash the old brush. And this is just with odorless paint thinner. There's a screen in the bottom of my can here. Shake it off. That really is the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, let's go back up here now, and I'm going to begin just gently blending this. Use all kinds of little patterns, little circles, little X's. Keep it moving, keep it alive, keep actions in here. There we go. Just keep working it, working it. Look at that. See, I'm basically still just using the corner of the brush. And now I'm allowing this black color, which is turned to gray because it's mixed with the liquid white, to begin coming down here into the pink area. There we go. Little tiny circles and X's and all kinds of little patterns. There. Just blend it, blend it, blend it. See, now at this point, it looks like a nice stormy sky. You could stop at this point if you wanted to and just have a nice stormy sky, big snowstorms coming or thunderstorm, whatever you want to do when you're doing your painting. Okay. Well, I've got that on the brush. We'll just put a little bit of gray down here. This is just a nice way also of cleaning off any excess paint you have on your brush. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun. Wash the old brush again. There. Shake it off. Now then, today I'm gonna use the old round brush. And I'm gonna grab it, go right into some of the titanium white. There we go. Pull it through there, get a lot of paint on it. A lot of paint. Look at the end of that brush. It's full of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, you have to make some decisions. I decided today I want some happy little clouds in this sky. Just let them bounce around and play. Now, just throw them in. Throw them in. Keep that brush going in little circular patterns. Little circular patterns. There we are. You have to make decisions. Where does your cloud live? Oh, there it comes, right down through there. Keep the brush moving. There's a little hair. We'll just lift it right off. Okay. If you get a hair on your canvas, just take the corner of your brush and pop it off. It's no big deal. There, look at that. All kinds of little actions happening in the sky. All right, now let me take the 2-inch brush, and now very gently I'm going to begin blending the bottom of this. Decide which are your tops up here. We don't want to destroy them. We just want to blend the bottom, make it very soft, bring all this together. This is like we normally do clouds and most of the other paintings that we've done that had clouds in them. It's just that we're using very few colors in this one. There. Look at there, look at there. Now the white that I've picked up here, I'm just adding it right down in here and make the indication of all kinds of little things happening. And I'm just going to begin blending this. You can lift it in some places, some don't. It's a fun little sky. Be happy when you do this. There we go. Remember how free clouds are. They just float around the sky. Just lay around the sky all day having fun. There. Look at all the things that are happening in that sky, though. And you've really done very little work, but there's a lot of depth in it. And if you want to create the illusion of even more depth, you can come back in here and put in more individual clouds. And there's really no limit to this. You can put as many layers of clouds in your world as you want. If I don't stop, I'm not going to have time to get the rest of the painting done. I get carried away sometime on clouds. I like to do them. Beautiful. Just blend them, blend them, blend them. Okay, that looks like a mean old sky. I think that's enough for us to have right there. Let me wash a couple of these brushes up and we'll be ready to go. All right. Okay, and I'll wash the round one too while I'm in the brush washing business. I've already got the cameraman mad at me over there. Well, we got him again. All right, well, we'll just use the old round brush. I'm gonna go into a little bit of white and a little bit of the black. I'm just gonna make a grayish color here. And turn it just like so, back and forth, back and forth. Okay, see, that brings it to not quite a chisel edge, but it's sort of sharp. Let's go up here. Maybe way back here in the distance somewhere, there's a happy little foothill that lives. So all you do is touch, just using the corner, see, and pull it downward. Just pull it downward. Make all these happy little foothills. There we go. Wherever, wherever, wherever. You have to make decisions. Where do they live? What do they look like? Just tap them in. I'm tapping and giving it a little pull downward. Tiniest little pull downward. Okay, now then, to help create the illusion of mist here, I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and just tap the base. Just the base, though. I don't want to destroy the tops. Just the base, and then very lightly lift upward. Now, you know, we say over and over again about creating depth in your painting. Depth in a painting is created by having different planes in your painting. The more planes you have, the deeper the painting looks. So I want to create another plane here. Use the same brush, the same color, only I'll add a little bit more of the black. Each plane, as it gets closer to you, should get a little darker. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe there's some happy little things that live right here. Just some little trees and stuff. This is still back in the distance, so we don't want a lot of detail yet. Got to save the detail until we get in the foreground. Maybe it just works its way right up through there, wherever you want it to go. I'm just using just the top part of the brush here. Just touch it and pull it down. See? Very gently. You don't have to hit the canvas hard, just drop it in. You could literally do this painting with one brush if you wanted to. Now then, I'll go back to the 2-inch brush and just tap. I want to create that illusion of mist again. Mist is the only separator we have in all these planes. See right here where these planes come together? The thing that separates them is that little light area right in between. See, if it wasn't for that little light area, they would just almost blend together because there's very little difference in color. Now, very lightly lift upward. Create all the happy little misty effects. Isn't that simple? It's a lot of fun. Let's use the old fan brush today. I'm going to take a fan brush. There we go. Go right into a little bit of the white. Load that fan brush full. A lot of paint into it, both sides. Look, see? There's a lot of paint in there. Okay, let's go up here. Now you have to start making some decisions. Maybe there's some little snowy things that live way back here. And this is where you begin creating the lay of the land. The way the land flows. And think about where your light's going to strike. Maybe there's a hill right there. See? You can begin creating all these little things. Maybe this hill runs, we don't know where it goes. Maybe it runs right on up through there somewhere. Very soft strokes. Always, always, always paying attention to the lay of the land. Maybe there's a little light hits right there on that. See how that pops right out at you? Snow scenes are very easy to make like this. Very, very easy. I'll go back to this old round brush. Just tap it in. Tap it in. Maybe, tell you what, there's a tree right here. See? And we can let him come right down the hill a little bit and create another layer, another plane. And the more of these you have, once again, I know you get tired of hearing me say it, but the more of these that you have, the deeper your painting's gonna look. Now I'm gonna take a little bit of the white and I'm gonna grab some of this bottom color and just pull it out. Let it be shadows. This is what separates. This is what separates all the little goodies, all the little pretty things here. And you could put little bumps and wiggles and, you know, there's little stones under here that the snow's on. You can't see the stone, but the light hits. It makes all those little things happen. Okay, you can even grab some of this, lift it up. Look at there. All kinds of happy little things. I hope you enjoy these paintings that we do ever so often that just have one or two colors in them. Because it really, if you're doing them at home with us, it'll really teach you probably more than the ones that have a lot of color in them. There, I'm going to tap a little of that and just see, we're bringing a little of that up, pushes all that back. And every once in a while when you're painting, step back and look at your painting. When you step back, you get a whole different view than when you're standing this close to it and looking. Okay, let's have some fun here. Let's be crazy. I'll just use this old big brush here. Grab a little white in there so it's not totally black. Now, pull it through the paint and wiggle it. Give it a little wiggle. That brings the paint out toward the end of the bristles. And then sharpen it, just like you would a fine knife. Look how sharp this brush is right there. Look at that. So you could almost shave with that, all right? Maybe there's a happy tree that lives right there. See? There you can really see how sharp it is. Now I'm gonna take just the corner of the brush and we'll begin laying in all kinds of little leaves. There they come. Look at that. Do you ever think you could take a big old brush like that and make a little tree? You can. You can. Watch here. You can use the same brush and just tap in all kinds of little bushes and stuff that just grow right down at his foots. Maybe this comes right on down. We'll just tap it in like that. Right on down there. That easy. Okay. Find my fan brush again. Into a little bit of the white. And we'll pick this up, layer after layer after layer. There we go. You know, one of the questions I mentioned in some of the earlier shows that we travel all over the country doing demonstrations for PBS stations and other organizations. And I've got several letters in saying, well, how in the world do we find out when you're going to be in town? Probably one of the easiest ways, drop me a line with just your name and address on it. And I'll put your name in our mailing list, and we'll notify you of any activity we have going on in your area. You can just send it and carry the address at the end of the show. That's good. And just put a note on there that you'd like to be added onto the mailing list so you can be notified when we're in your area. Because we'd like to see you and talk to you. And there. Okay. Maybe back in here, we'll take a little bit more. I'm just going crazy here. I'm just making plane after plane. I'm gonna drop in another happy little thing. Now this is an excellent painting if this is one of your first paintings. Excellent, because there's really nothing that can go wrong with it. And a lot of times, in fact, it's the same way I started. A lot of times you want to teach a friend or maybe a grandchild or something. This is a good painting to start a first-time painter on. Hard to make a mistake. Maybe there's a little thing right there. It lives all kinds of little And you can also do this in color. You can use all kinds of colors in it, pinks and blues and lavenders. It's very, very pretty. Very pretty. Don't be afraid to put some color. I'll tell you what, let's do. Maybe there's a little bit of water right here. Now we know water is easy to make. So just take the big brush and pull down. Pull it down. You have to make some decisions. Where does the water live? Pull it down, pull it down, pull it down. And you can move your water. Maybe it goes on back here a ways. We don't know where it goes. Where do you want it to go? Make a decision. Drop it in. Here all we're doing is applying a little color to the canvas. Pull it down. Straight down. It's important that these reflections are straight down. Then we'll take a clean brush. Give it a pull. There we are. Okay, now watch here. Very lightly go across. Just go across with it. And you can wiggle some of these. See here, you can take the brush sideways, give it a little push. Look at there. See how that just moved? You can make little shimmers in the water just by pushing it in either direction. Again, we'll go into a little bit of the liquid white now. Need a thinner paint. Back into the titanium white. Just mix it very good and full. Let's go in here and let's begin putting some little edges around here. Now this paint's a little bit thinner, so it sticks much easier. Keep a brush full of paint. All kinds of little peninsulas and little things happening out here. There we go. And this is cold. There may be some snow laying out here. Keep these strokes basically straight. Basically straight. There we go. There, maybe a little bit right up in here. Wherever you want them to go. And on the other side, I'll probably put something over there and kill all this, but I just want to show you how to do it. There. Now you could take some liquid white, the almighty knife here, pull it out very flat, cut across it. Let's do that again so you can see it very close. That's one of the biggest problems that people write and tell me they're having. Pull it out flat and cut across. That way there's a tiniest little bit of paint right on the edge of the knife, on the top edge. There you can see it. Tiniest little edge of paint. There, okay, let's go up here. Now, that's another question I get quite frequently is, your knife looks different than mine. Well, we cover it so it doesn't shine and glare on TV. If I didn't cover it with paint or some other material, it would cause big flares on your screen and wouldn't be pretty. And besides that, the director back here would scream at me. She's mean. She gets me. There we go. I shouldn't say that about Sally. She's a super lady, and she produces some beautiful shows for us. It's probably too late now. I'm in trouble anyway, no matter what I say. All right, there we go. Now we can take the knife, and we can put the indication here and there of a few little happy sticks, little twigs, wherever you want them. Just scratch them in. Okay. Now then, maybe this tree here. Maybe. I'll take a little bit of gray on the knife, and I'm just going to put the indication of a little trunk in it. Don't want a big deal, just a little indication. And with my fan brush loaded with the tiniest little bit of white, I'm just barely going to let it just caress here and there. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. You could also use the 2-inch brush or the 1-inch brush to do this. I just happen to have this in my hand and it has the right color on it. Just enough to make it stand out though. That's all you need. Okay. See, and that easy with just basically 2 colors, we've created a pretty nice painting. Let's have some more fun. I'll just take the same old 2-inch brush and go right into the black. And I want to bring it back to a nice sharp chiseled edge. So wiggle it, wiggle, 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 and pull it, pull it. Once again, very sharp chisel edge, just like a razor. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a huge big tree. Bloom, there better be one there now. Well, we've certainly put a big gob in the sky. Just the corner of the brush. And let's do this one quite slow so you can watch it here. See? Work it back and forth and just tapping and touching and let it work down. I'm using the same corner of the brush, just going from side to side. I think one of the problems so many people try to do this. I use the same corner, the same corner. And we all know that an evergreen tree has 500 limbs on it, at least. But if you put 500 limbs on there, it's gonna, it doesn't look right. Think about the little birds need a place to sit. Just have a limb sticking out here for the birds. We have to take care of them. They're my friends. I feed the little birds every day. I got a whole bunch of them that come to my house. And if I don't feed them on time, you know, they're just like puppies. Boy, they get out there and raise cane. They'll stand out there. Oh, there goes my little area. Birds will get out there in the backyard and squawk and carry on. So I spend all my money on bird seed. I keep the bird seed people in business. That's all right. I like birds. Okay, now then, let's go right back down here. I'm gonna use the same old dirty brush and pull it this way. One direction, one direction. See there? So we've rounded one corner by pulling it in one direction. All right, let's go up here. With a rounded corner up, let's pop in a few little indications of some happy little bushes. Just drop them in wherever you want them to go. See how you can change a scene though, very quickly. Very quickly. Now then, take my knife, just a little bit of this gray color, and let's just drop in a little bit of trunk here and there. This one's a little closer, so I'll take a little of the black and white, make a lighter gray color, about like so, and cut across it, get a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. And we'll put a touch of little highlights on this trunk. It's closer, so you're gonna see a little more detail. There, that's enough. Let's use another one of these big brushes. Go into the liquid white, into the titanium white, and we're gonna bring it to a chisel edge also. Very sharp, very, very sharp. These brushes come to super sharp points. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we need to put some little sparkles on this tree. Same way as we made it, just barely touching. Don't kill all your dark areas. Don't kill all those dark areas. They're very important. Just let all these little snow-covered things sit here and there. Just where you think light would strike. Look at there, look at there. Isn't that a super simple, nice, easy way to make a fantastic big old tree? Okay, now then, take a 1-inch brush, once again, right into the liquid white, back into my titanium white. Pull that brush in one direction to cause a round corner on it. See there, you can see it beautifully. Round corner. Okay, let's go up here. Now with that round corner to the top, touch, push, bend it slightly upward. That's what makes all these little snow-covered bushes. And begin forming them. Look at that. Look at that. Thousands of little leaves there in just a couple of strokes. Do one bush at a time. Remember that each one of these little bushes is a personality all by itself. There we go. Just drop these in, as many of them as you want. There we go. Use the brush sidewards. Pop in little layers like that. You could take this old big brush and maybe there's a little bit of land area right there. Just by going across, you can create that illusion. There. And we drop in a few more little bushes around the path. Bring it all together. Let a few of them just play here and there. Then we can take the knife, scrape in a few little sticks and twigs, and you have a finished painting. That's simple. See? I think you'll find this one of the easiest paintings there is to do. and I hope you try it. So from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm glad you could join me again today. Today, let's do one that's a little more complicated than a lot of them that we've done. I think you'll enjoy it. Let's have them graphically run all the colors across your screen that you need to do this painting, and they'll come across in the same order I have them on my palette. Now, I've already covered the canvas with liquid white. It's wet, slick, ready to go, and I hope you are too. So let's go up here and do it. I'm going to take off today with a little bit of the blue, just a little bit of phthalo blue, and into that I'm going to add a little bit of Van Dyke brown right into the blue. Just work it on the brush here. Okay, let's go right up here. Now let's do a little happy sky here. So maybe a little more brown. I want to dull that sky a little. There we go. There we go. Good. Today I thought let's do a painting of some docks. Got a lot of requests from people in Maine and Florida wanting some boats and little dock scenes. So see what we can do here. We'll just have some fun. And very quickly there, we'll just throw in a happy little sky. Well, I got this old brush going, same color, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the phthalo blue. Let's go right down here. Once again, on a little, there we go. We just pull that across. Okay. But start at the bottom and work up, and that way automatically it mixes with the liquid white and gets lighter toward the horizon, and that's what we're looking for. Okay, now I'm going to take a nice clean dry brush and just blend the sky out a little bit. I don't want to spend a bunch of time in the sky today. I think I'll put some buildings in this one. Show you a super way of making old wood. Some beautiful old buildings. Okay, I just take the same old brush and go right into some titanium white. Pull it in one direction, load it full of paint. Let's go back up here. Now then, just the indication of a happy little cloud or two. There it is. Just floats around in the sky here and has fun. Just here and there. Let it just sort of blend back, a little bit more color. There we go. About like that. That'll give us indication of a few little clouds. I'll use another clean brush. I have several brushes going here, so I don't have to stop and wash them all the time. The cameraman gets upset with me when I wash too many brushes. There we go. Then we'll lift that. And we have some great big billowy, fluffy clouds just floating around in the sky here. That easy. There we are. Okay, now I'm going into some blue and a little touch of the midnight black. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe back here, this is maybe like a little harbor. You can see a few little distant trees. Just use the corner of the brush and just put a few little indications here and there. Far, far away, far away. Touch, pull downward. Little touch of reflection underneath it. Just by pulling it straight down and very lightly going across. Now it's time to clean a brush. Cameraman's on his own. Now right in between here, I want to tap this and create a little misty area and lift it up. Just let it all sort of blend together very softly. I don't want to be able to tell where one stops, the other one starts. Very soft. Far, far away. And maybe a little closer here, maybe there's a little bigger tree. We'll take some brown and some black and just, okay, let's go right up here. Now he lives, I'm just tapping this one in. Look at there. Just drop it in, like so. And I'll go right into a little bit of the yellow. Just load a little color on there. Let's go back up here. I just want to put some little indication of a few highlights in this one. See? I'm really not interested in a lot of bushes in this one, so we'll just do this real quick. There. Okay. Now then, that gives us a happy little tree. Wash the brush again. There we are. Okay, now then, I want to put a bunch of buildings in here. I'll show you an easy way of doing that. Let's go right into some brown here, using the big brush. This is Van Dyke brown. Just go into it, load a lot of paint into the bristles. Pull it, pull it, wiggle it. That brings it to a nice sharp chisel edge. And don't be afraid to load some paint into the brush. We're going to use a lot of brown today. Look at that brush. See how sharp it is? Good. Let's go up here. Now then, we got to make some big decisions. I think we have a building that lives right there. There's one of the eaves. Now we got to figure out where his roof is. Maybe it comes down like that. Here's the other side. See how easy you can just sort of lay these out? There's one. And you're still, at this point, you're really not committed. You're just having fun. Maybe there's another one. Comes, there it is. See, we can just bring all these together. It goes this way. And we need a front on this building. Just bring it right on down. And whatever goes in there, we'll turn into reflections. We'll just turn it right into reflections. No big deal. Grab it over here. Pull it down. Did you ever think you could make a building that easy using a big old brush? You can. You can. You can do anything. Maybe right in here, we'll pull that down. I bet at home you're saying, boy, he has done it this time. Gee, he has got a mess going there. You may be right. There we are. I don't care if some of that goes into the water. It'll all turn into nice reflections eventually. Okay, here's the roof. And we're still not really committed. We're not committed until we start putting all the little highlights on. Then we have to make big decisions. There we go. Now then, let's put a few of those nice little highlights on there. I'm gonna go right into some white. Same old dirty brush. Pick up some of this sienna. Okay, let's look at the brush. Look at there. See all the colors happening in that brush? Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, this is where we start making decisions. Touch, just barely touch, and start working down. And let the brush shake and tremble a little bit. It really helps if you're a little bit nervous here. Look at there. Go back up here. See, just let it bounce along and play. Already it's beginning to look like old wood. Old wood's fun to make. I like old wood. I really like it better than new shiny wood. Looks better in paintings to me. Okay, and you just sort of layer this on. You need that dark underneath though, so this light color shows. Otherwise you don't get it to showing much. There. Now then, we'll take the knife and let's put a few little indications of some boards in there. I'll go right into the brown, cut off a little hunk, just a little tiny bit, right on the edge of the knife, all right? Now then, a few little boards, little slabs, wherever you think they ought to be. All I'm doing is just touching the canvas. Just touch it, touch it, touch it. Zoom. Put as many in or as few as you want. But you need that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There. Put one in there. This old carpenter is like me. He just picked up whatever was available. Didn't matter to him. And we have to figure out where the side's going to be here. Maybe it's going to be right there. We'll start cutting that off. Now, you could paint this whole building with a knife. I just sort of like this effect. This is something I've been working on for a while. I thought you would enjoy it too. Just sort of like this effect. So now we have a dark edge there. Now let's put some roof on there. We use some black, a little bit of blue, a little bit of white. Cut off a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, just going to let that sort of just bounce along and play. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Just let it just bounce. Wherever. We're still not too committed at this point. Same color, a little bit lighter. Look at that. Old, weathered. Boy, when you're out here on the water, you catch the devil. You know, this is where all the pelicans and the seagulls park. There. A little bit of highlight right along the roof. Maybe a touch lighter on this side so it shows up. There we go. I think you can see that a little better. There. Okay. Now, we said there was going to be another building here. So put that there, pull him down, and I can begin adding some highlights to that. The dark sienna, a little bit of white, just tap it. Okay, let's go up here. If your roof's going to be right here, touch it, just let it wiggle. As I say, this is really where it pays to be a little bit nervous. Oh, look at that. I'm just barely grazing the canvas. Just barely grazing it. Lighter, the better. Okay, now into that, I'll add a few boards. These little boards just help define, give it a little more interest, a little more detail. Look at there at all the little things. And you put as many as you want in yours. And maybe up here at the top, it'd be a little more shadow, so you can put a little dark. Just let it bounce along. Same over here. A little bit of dark. Little dark. Okay, now comes the fun. With a very dry brush, grazing it. Just touch it. Give it the least little pull. Barely touch. Barely touch. Isn't that sneaky? Look at that. And you can pull it across like so to really make it look weathered and then go down. Creates all kinds of nice effects. Just here and there, pull across and then go down. Very lightly. Thought you'd like that. That really is a nice way of making old boards. And if you're making old barns or whatever. Okay, we need a happy door in here. Just use a knife there. Drop that in real quick. There we go. Just a little door. Take a little bit of the light color. Go around. This makes the door stand out a little better. Okay, maybe, tell you what. Maybe there's a little window right here. Just come across. A little bit of brown. A little white. Just to highlight him. There you go. Now this old building here. I wanted to define this edge a little bit more so it stands out. This is where we need the little knife. We can sneak in here with this little knife, see? There. Bring that edge out. Here, right here. Another big door. Drop it in, drop it in. There we go. A little brown and white. Put a little touch of highlight right around the door. And that makes it stand out. Okay, maybe there's a walkway around here. And it lives right here. So we'll just pull this out. Once again, you don't care what's happening in here. You're going to need some dark in here for shadows. You can just lay any old thing in there. So go right up between those buildings. Cut this off right there. Wherever you want it. Wherever. It's the old walkway here. Here's a little bit of that gray color. Just very lightly. Just enough to give it a little highlight. Come around. Some little edges here and there. Okay, now with a clean brush, I'll grab this dark color. We can begin creating illusion of reflections, just like that. Now, tell you what, just use a little bit of black here. Maybe there's a few old posts here. You have something to hold that up. There they go. Take a little brown and white, put a touch of highlight on them. Just touching it, like so. Now with a brush, I'm gonna grab the bottom of those, just pull them down, go across. Isn't that quick? We have some reflections, like a little liquid white. Just sort of work a little of that here and there, just so it creates a little sheen of light playing across the water. See, that makes it look like water, that easy. That easy. Okay, here. Let's have some fun. Maybe there's another big building in here. Load that 2-inch brush back up, and here it is. There it is. We'll just put it, just make a decision, throw it in. Shoot, this is your world. Do anything you want to do in here. Now maybe it comes right down, right down, right down, right down, right down. Just like so. Fill that all in. Here, all I'm doing is just basically covering up the canvas with paint. See? You can bring it to any point that you want it. Don't want too much overhang here, so I'll just make the building a little bit wider. There we go. Wherever you want him to be. Okay, let's have some fun on this old building. Tell you what, while we're doing that, maybe the walkway comes right out through here too. We don't know, we don't care. It does now anyway. See, and that helps push everything back. Helps create the illusion of distance. Now then, let's play a little bit here, right into the dark sienna, the white, back and forth. Okay, let's go up here. Let's do it. Touch. Just let this brush, see, it's just barely hitting. Can you see what's happening? I want this to look like old weathered wood. Look at that, look at that. Look like old wood? I really thought you'd enjoy this. This is sort of a neat way to do this. Just opens up a whole new world of old buildings. Now see, this one in my mind over here was farther away, so I smoothed this a little more. This one I'm going to leave rough, and I'm going to leave it ragged because it's closer to you. You'd see more detail. Okay, I'm going to use a little knife here and a little blue and a little touch of white, a little bit of brown. Pull it out and cut across. Tiniest little roll of paint out here. Okay. Now then, I just want to just go right in here and just sort of move it back and forth so you get little in there. Now you can take the knife and smooth that, pull it in that angle. Now if you want to create some shadows in this old building, you can take a little bit of black on your brush. And once again, just let it bounce and tap and play. Look at that, look at that. There. That's fascinating to me, okay? Let's put a few little, maybe this, got some doors in here like this. See there? A little bit of black on the knife, or brown, either one, whatever is dark. Like that. Maybe here and there you can make out the indication of a board, whatever. Okay. Maybe there's gonna be, we'll do it right there. There's a window right there. I don't know what all these old buildings are. They just look nice, so we drop them in. There. Maybe we'll put a little door like that. See? Isn't that sneaky? Now then, tell you what, let's do. Let's put a happy little boat right here. I'm going to go right into the Van Dyke brown. I'm using a number 3 fan brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you got to make a decision. Where does he live? Let's put him right there. There's his front, and he comes right around. and goes around, bloop, and there's his back. And right now all we're doing is just laying in some paint, just to get a basic shape. Like so. Bring it around, and then the other side. Sort of see these things in your mind. And he starts off really looking terrible. There we go, just begin forming him, like so. Now then we can begin playing a little bit. Add a little white to that brush. And this is the front. Just bloop, put that in. A little bit more of the white. And we gotta define where our edges are gonna be. There it comes right on around. A little bit showing on the back. Now, very lightly, begin laying it in. See, this boat's sort of looking a little bit toward you. So, now then, with a little of the dark color on the brush, I want to just grab the bottom and pull down, because there'd be a nice reflection underneath here. And this is also the way you sort of straighten him up a little bit. Take out any deformities you have in your boat. Sometimes I do some boats that have some deformities. A little bit on the other side, and we'll leave that very dark. Little tiny bit of light right there, just enough to give us an indication. Pull that down, like so, very lightly, go across. Okay, now then, need a place for the fellow to set in there when he's out fishing in this boat, so we'll cut across a little bit of brown. Okay, let's go up here. And we'll give him a little house here. Come up this way, down that way. See, that's all there is to it. Give him a little place. He needs a little place to sit. Now then, on this side over here, a little bit of color. And then on the other side, let's go this way here. Just a little bit more. Now then, let's put him a door in there. He's going to have a way to get in and out. I'll use a little black here on the small knife. Give him a little door right there. Remember, this is sort of an angle. You're seeing a 3/4 view, so you wouldn't see all of it. Let's give him kind of have a window up here so he can see. I don't want him to be driving around out there blind. Shoot. He'd probably drive like I do then. There we go. Pull that back around, like so. A little of the liquid white. To that, I'm going to add the smallest amount of blue and brown, just like there. Cut across it. Let's put a few happy little water lines. Go right around, like so. There. Okay, you can put as many or as few of these in yours as you want. Just drop them in. They help create the illusion of water. Make it a few of these little sparkles here and there. Now then, up here, take a least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch. Okay, right here. Just barely touch a little bit right there. A little right over there. Just to put a little hat up here on that. Kind of have him a little hat. And maybe. Yep. Look at here. Look here. Maybe there's a little mask up there. And we'll get crazy. We'll do another one back here. Make this one bigger. There we go. Least little touch of light on that. Bloop, bloop. Just drop it in here and there. Just enjoy. Okay. We'll put a little thing across there. Now, let's take a little liquid white, cut it across the knife, and maybe there's a few little wires. Go right down here. A few little pieces of rigging. Zoom. A couple over here. However many you want. It's up to you. There you go. That'll give you an idea of a nice, simple, easy way to make a happy little boat. Okay, back into my dark color here. Let's finish up this walkway. Put some color in there. This is just applying some base color right here. I'm really not worried about detail. I tell you what, I want a nice post right there. Nice big strong post. Put another one there. So you can put as many old posts as you want in yours. Here's one. There's one. There's another one. Well, look at all them son of a guns. They've had a hard life out here. Maybe there's one that goes right on off the canvas right there. Okay, now a little bit of highlight, touch, give it a little pull. Just barely touch, give it a pull. There we go. There we go. Right here is one. Okay. Maybe, yep. Maybe there's an old post that comes across here. Now you can just get carried away here and keep going and going and going. Just want to show you some ideas on how to do some of these fantastic things because you'll enjoy them. I'm going to go into my dark sienna, a little bit of the white. Just touch. Add a little black to that. I want it darker. All right, there. Let's go up here. I want to make this look like old wood. Follow the angles. Just touch it. Let it bounce. Just let it bounce. Barely grazing the canvas. Here we go. Touch. Touch. Now this old wood here, been a lot of people walked on it. It wouldn't be as rough as this building. It'd be a little bit smoother. So to make it a little smoother, take the brush very lightly, pull it. Just barely touch. Look at that. Now, let's put the indication of a few boards here. Just here and there. Let them get bigger as they come towards you. Wider, more distance between them. There we go. Very lightly. Grab it, give it a little pull. You can also take a little of this black and create the illusion of a few shadows and just pull it. Look at that. Take my knife, a little bit of the red, just for color's sake, I'm gonna put a little red right on top of these posts. And I think we've got a finished painting. And with that, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next time. Hi, I'm glad you could join me again today. And they say sometimes you save the best to last. And this is our last show of this, the 7 series. So maybe this is the best. Today, I've got a little bit of different effect going here. I've already covered the canvas with liquid black around here and then liquid white right in here. And then sort of just blended it together. So I tell you what, let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this painting with me. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on my palette. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started and have some fun. I'm going to put a very colorful little sky in here. We'll make a happy little painting. I'm going to a touch of Indian yellow. Just a touch, just a touch. Pull a little bit of that out, tap it into the bristles, just like that. Just gently tap. Okay, let's go up here. Now, maybe right in here, very lightly, just making little crisscrosses. Just bounce in some happy little colors. There we go. That quick, that easy. Without cleaning the brush, I'm going right into a touch of alizarin crimson and just tap a little of that right onto the brush, okay? And maybe we'll just float a little bit of that here and there. There we go. Nice warm colors. This is a happy sky. There. This is one of those paintings that should make you relax and just really enjoy. Very soft and very quiet. Okay, now then. Once again, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into Van Dyke Brown and a little touch of the blue. Little touch of the blue in the Van Dyke Brown. Okay, let's go right up here. Now all of this is mixing with the liquid white, and all these effects just happen. I don't want to kill all these little colors. There we go. Just want to lay a little of this around right now. See there? A little bit right in here, wherever you want it, wherever. Okay, let me clean this brush. Scrub it off. Scrub it off. Shake off excess. And just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now with a clean brush, I'm gonna go back in here and then we'll begin blending all of this. Just making little crisscross strokes. And it doesn't hurt to take your brush and go over here and pick up a little bit of this black and bring it back in. Just transfer some of this color back and forth. If you want to dull down an area, you can pick up a little bit of liquid black, bring it right back in, and dull it down. That easy. That easy. This liquid black is very good. You know you're going to have big dark areas in your paintings that are going to be big shadow areas. Very quickly you can block all that in, and it saves you a lot of time. And I'm lazy. I always look for an easy way to paint. There. Just blend this till it gets to just the way you want it. There we go. Just stroke across it. That takes out all the brush strokes, and you're in business, ready to go. Okay, that easy. We got a happy little sky. Let me grab my old round brush here, and let's mix up a little bit of, we'll take some crimson and some blue and make a purplish lavender color, whatever. More crimson than blue. Okay, let me clean the knife off. I'll take this round brush and tap it. Just tap it right into the color. There you go, see there? Just tapping. All right, let's go up here. Now there's some little trees back in the background. So very lightly, just barely touching the canvas, begin laying in some happy little shapes right here. How do you want this tree to look? Where does he live? See there? That easy. Just let your imagination go in here. Pop in all these little happy shapes. There's another one. And very lightly. The lighter they are, it'll look like they're farther and farther away. Very light. Some of them we're going to leave just like they are when we get done. Barely touch. Barely touch. Whisper light. Whisper, whisper. Okay, maybe right on down in here. I don't know. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. But darker at the base than at the top. Okay, right on across. That'll give us some nice little background trees. That easy. Tell you what, let's take the knife, and I'll go into a little bit of the brown. Pull it out, cut across, and just a little tiny roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There we go. Now, just put the indication here and there of a few little trunks. And all I'm doing is just touching the canvas. Let the canvas pull off what it wants. It'll give you back what's left. There. Just here and there. We're not looking for a lot of distinct shapes. Just some little indications. You can just take the clean point of the knife, scratch in all kind of happy little things. Now, same old dirty round brush. Same old brush. I'm gonna go into a little